the garden stream, and now we are here in the garden. We will see how everything goes tonight. All right, so now going through the spooky area, as we usually go through here. Okay, so we have this right here, which is kind of an abandoned area, an abandoned garden, but it's still a garden nonetheless. And then we have right here the cat house, and yeah, so we talk about different things like cryptids and aliens and stuff in these streams, and we have different people on here. The conversation, continues. All right, so now going back here, I certainly think that there are aliens and different things like that out there. Although some people don't think they exist, it's okay if people don't think it exists, but I think they exist definitely. So yeah, we have that, and these are some different plants that are here. Kind of similar berries. Okay, so yeah, hello, Carlos. Nice to see you. We were doing our. It's been a couple of months since we did the OJ trial coverage, and we do that with passion. She likes, so basically, a couple of months ago, I started doing some of the trials, like reacting to vintage trials, and we had, her and I did it one time. One of my OJ lives were 16. One of them was 16 hours straight. So yeah, that one was an epic one because that was the longest live stream I ever did. It went all the way until the next day, into the next night, and then people were telling me, they wanted me to go and end it, and I'm like, all right, I'll do it because it's like people they wanted me to. They're concerned, so I was like, all right, sure. So yeah, it was because you see, my group there that and like on the computer lives, we do true crime topics a lot, but we do other things too. We talk about aliens and anything else. It's an eclectic stream, but we do a lot of the trial coverage. So that is that group because I'm all over YouTube and different parts of YouTube. I usually was known to be someone in a chat room, being in a live stream chat, and then I brought people to the channel that way. But now what I do more is these phone lives and bring other people here that way. Oh, I know y'all that you see I've been going live around this time this week I've been doing it. Now next week I'm going to be going the phone lives. I'll be doing them a little bit earlier. They for different audiences that may not be like awake for this. But yeah, I definitely like these. One of the reasons I like these is because I get to see the sun come up. Like it comes up while we do this, and I always think that's fascinating for me to see. Because the first time it happened, I was like a little bit taken back because it was a little bit. I wasn't dizzy, but it was something like that because it was kind of crazy seeing the sky change like that while I was doing the stream. So I thought it was pretty cool to do. But yeah, I have been and we'll, as I said, tomorrow probably going to do it during the day. I'm going to probably do a cat live stream if they're outside, and the night one will be a little bit earlier. But I'm going to still do these very, very, very late ones and the earlier ones. It's just garden live wise, it'll vary throughout time. And yeah, so I think with the OJ trial, it was a lot of uh, political things going on, and it was certainly wild for its time. It was all over the news, and people, saw that. Hello, Vic Morrison. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, OJ had the dream team, and it was, we'll kind of like do an analysis about it, and there's these just. I'm back. I went out for a second, but I'm back. Okay, so yeah, with so anyway, right here we have the primroses that exist, and they are very nice. And I think that is pretty awesome. So yeah, but regarding the OJ trial, the computers and the technology that they had back then was very intriguing because now everything's all digital, everything is all on smartphones, and not like how it was before, which I think is quite, captivating. Right? And over here we have a cat coming this way. We have our feline right here. And it's Bubbles. Hey, this is Bubbles, and he is walking through. So we have a Bubbles sighting right now. Okay. All right, so that was Bubbles. Anyway, so it seems that the OJ trials caused people to have a bad view of lawyers, maybe because of what happened. That's what it seems like it did. It could have had some negative effects. It definitely it changed the way people see trials because it's all on digital format. Like everything's all like on the live stream trials. Now back in the past, everything was you know the other way around, where you'd watch things on maybe on TV, but trials were not watched on TV until the Bundy trial and the OJ trial. Those two things brought it on TV. Now everything is all on the internet. So those are pioneers in trial watching and true crime stuff. And I think aliens, fall into the category of true crime and investigations because it is really interesting to see how aliens were a cover up. Aliens were covered up, and I think it was wrong. But although they didn't want people to panic, so that's another thing that is true. They didn't want people to panic. And going right here, yeah. So I think it is good they eventually will give disclosure, which I do think it's important people to do because the government's to do because finally people could have some closure of what's going on. I do think that the military has used alien technology for what we for their aircrafts and stuff. So I think all that plays a role in the mass deception that goes on. Yeah. Right. It would be pretty cool if we saw a Bigfoot sighting. That would be an interesting stream. Okay, and it is quite dark within here, and there's something. Nah, it was just something a little. Probably one in the plant. So, yeah, I I definitely will be interested to see if more UFO sightings are seen in general, because UAP is seeing them around the military bases. So maybe there is something that they're monitoring. So let's just now it's possible it might be foreign or domestic military drones or surveillance of some sort. And now people usually, believe that, like what UAP was saying, that there's something that's not from this world. So if it isn't something from this world, now let's just assume that it is fallen angel entities that exist out there. That would be really what I would think. They may be trying to monitor the human technology to see how it works or what we're doing. Same thing with the aliens or some interdimensional being. They're trying to see what we're doing, and maybe they don't want us to destroy ourselves or others, or seeing how capable we're doing different types of damages. So, yeah. So that is what the UFOs. They seem to be going around military bases. Number one, and they have been all over the world. So yeah, those are the reasons why they're maybe monitoring military bases. If it's not some foreign or domestic intelligence that's doing it. There are some theories that there are people who exist out in the world, in our world, that exist either within the earth or somewhere on the earth. And I think with that situation, that could be a reason. They could have some sort of technology we don't have. It could be that. You know, it could be there are people like Atlantis or some sort of civilization that exists that has this technology to go to these different places and do these types of things that we can't really do with our technology now. Hello, Hab. We can talk about pretty much, anything we talked about. Is just we're mainly talking about, you know, paranormal things or aliens, cryptids, or anything like that. But anything else can be talked about too. So it's a garden stream. So I show my garden and different plants that I have, and we just chat about various things. All right. So these are the primroses. I think are pretty cool. Pretty cool. And I hear some things moving around, and sometimes we see little critters walking around too. Okay. So there's something called there's Palm Beach Pete. We've talked about that before, and it's a person that sort of looks like Epstein. That person, but people think it could be him with some sort of disguise, and that's kind of a funny thing to talk about. But yeah, so anyway, I think that aliens exist. Now, I have dabbled into the ideas that they're interdimensional beings, or they are beings that are demons or things from other planets, but I think they're a variety of different things, alien wise. So the the Palm Beach Pete and the Gerald the dolphin, that's something I've been seeing a lot about online, and it's quite hilarious. But as I said, it could be really him. I don't know. It's possible, but I do think he's alive somewhere. Hello, Lindsay. I think the 10, now it's 11. So there's now 11 scientists that are missing. So I think that a couple of things. They seem like they did research on technology that would be from UFOs to do travel that can go anywhere. You know, it can levitate, it can go to other worlds and stuff. So they figured out some things with alien technology. Now, the 11th scientist has gone missing. Yes, one in the last day. Yes, correct. There, some of them were found deleted or murdered or dead, and others were found just gone missing. And these are the theories. So I think it's very bizarre. I think there's some sort of cover up. I think they knew information about how to build this type of technology that they didn't want people to know about, and they took them out. And I'll tell you theories about what could be. It's possible that they're part of a program that's working on some mysterious technology, and it's called the Manhattan Project. And when they built the nuclear bomb, the atomic bomb, so maybe they're working on something and they had them disappear from civilization. Or what happened was, since they knew about this type of technology or figured out something, they were silenced by somebody somewhere. Because there's all kinds of shadow agencies and maybe even foreign governments that are involved with it. The the other one, which is a little bit more far out, is that it has to do with aliens themselves, that they may have been abducted by an alien. I've also heard that maybe they are the extraterrestrials themselves, or they went with them, which that's another far out one, but that's another possibility, maybe. So yeah, I just think it's really weird, especially all the stuff coming out with alien disclosure, with the even Epstein stuff, even that too, with all this stuff coming out and these people disappearing. It's kind of strange. We knew McCastland disappeared, and all these other people disappeared, and also Nancy Guthrie disappeared too, out of nowhere. They're all kind of like in the same part of the country. It's I don't know. We're just in some strange times right now. Yeah, I think I'm leaning more towards a cover up, or maybe they're working on some sort of a project they had to go incognito. But I don't. It's weird. I do think that although there is gonna be disclosure. I don't know what kind of disclosure it's gonna be. Are they just gonna say they're UFOs and there's extraterrestrials and be very vague, or they're just gonna say something that we never heard before? They're gonna tell pure facts. Hey UAP, welcome to the stream. Right. So yeah, UAP. And I was talking before about the UAPs that you're seeing, because these orbs and these. I was going to say, do you think they'll tell us the truth? Lindsay, that's a very good question. I do not think they're going to tell us the truth about what really happened, regarding alien disclosure. I hope they do. I hope they tell us the truth. I believe at some point we'll be told the truth. So I think at some point we will. But I don't know if we're going to be told the truth, because there's been so many times there's going to be disclosure. There's so many times there's going to be they're going to tell us something. So all I'm saying is, don't get your hopes up necessarily, because they're known to not really tell what really happened. So I don't trust anything. And like when I talk about Palm Beach Pete and Gerald the Dolphin, even if it's not really like they're hoaxes, I still don't trust them because they've lied so much. And there's so many ways you could make something look like it's not. So, yes, I am optimistic we're going to be told the truth. I believe we'll find out the truth eventually, but I don't know if they're going to necessarily going to tell us now what really was going on. But hopefully they do. Yeah, and like UAP on his channel, he was seeing these UFOs and these different types of things around military bases, and it's either the reason why they're around military bases, the aliens are trying to see, or whatever they are. They're trying to see what we have on Earth or what we're capable of doing, or maybe trying to stop us from destroying ourselves. All right. Lindsay said, "Well, I mean, but the president has said they're talking about it, so they have to say something." Lindsay, you are correct. And I agree with you that he is talking about disclosure, and I would think that we would get something out there that under that type of view, it's a good thing in a way because they will release something. And I do think that we're going to be told some vague truth. All I'm saying is I have doubts because of the lies. It's not even him, right? It's not even the president himself or his cabinet or his group. There's people deep, deep, deep within the government that they don't even know about that could completely hide something or not completely tell what's really going on. So it's probably true that we're going to be released decent information, and hopefully we get a lot of jackpots. But I just don't completely trust them. But yes, yes, it's good that they're talking about releasing information, and I do think we'll get some good content. I'm just skeptical. I could count how many UAPs there are. A treat right at the end appears. I just posted an amazing upload, but need to go to settings, top right, then clear screen to watch it full screen with no writing on the screen. Okay. Yeah, as I said, it looks like the things you see seem like plasmoids and orbs. So yeah, just keep on uploading that. I'll be glad to see that, definitely. Yeah, I mean, even Obama, the first thing that he was wanting to know was where the aliens were at, because he was the one that was saying that there are aliens, and then they were like, "Oh, he never saw them himself," and so I don't know if they worked together on that one to release the information about aliens, you know. But I do think they know something there. I think another thing that I believe is that there are so many movies and TV shows about it. The reason why they did that was they were trying to condition people to get used to UFOs and UAPs so we can eventually see what really is out there. For sure. There's tons of orbs. Zoom in to see them better. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, maybe there was a mothership of some kind in that region. Right. And okay. Yeah. And I mean, it's so interesting that they don't make any noises when you see the UAPs because it sounds like they're using element 115 because element 115 is this type of technology where they're able to levitate air. That's something that I think is really cool. They can levitate it in the air. And when you levitate something in the air, it's able to, do things that other craft can't do. Yeah, Lindsay, I have seen a UFO before. So one night I was on a show, some other channel show, And it ended, and I looked toward the horizon. So I always like to look up. We talk in this channel about looking up, and I was looking up. Then what I saw was this orb, this blue thing, right? It was a blue circle, and it was floating up in the sky, and it went up in the air farther, and I thought it was very strange the way it was moving, and I took a little video of it. It's very, very difficult to see though, because it wasn't really like with a phone camera, it was with an iPod camera. And it was blue, and it just kept on going up and disappeared. Now, the thing with the UFO, the orb thing, is that it was solid blue, and it was a sphere. It wasn't a drone. So that's the one that I saw. Only one that I saw. I'm currently recording them over the local military bases. Yeah, yeah. So UAP is recording them over the military bases, and they do all kinds of things that are not of this world, which I think is very good that he's doing that. It is quite interesting and a great advancement for people to see what's really happening, because so many people don't know what's going on or think it's something made up. But when you actually see it with your own eyes or see videos of it, that's when you really get to understand that what's actually happening. A UAP is not over in the US. So he over in the, not over here. So that's over down in the southern hemisphere. That's where they're seeing these things. Mac, right now, I am looking for something that has to do with a pot of gold from a leprechaun. So I already know where to do that at if I need to. But that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for gold. A pot of gold from a leprechaun. Arg. Yes. New Zealand. Yeah, I mean, there has been so many species of alien that have been detected. Now, there are theories that the UFOs that people see, some of them might be organisms themselves, like some of the UFOs. And with the UFOs being part of those things, I think that truly is an advancement, because our government allegedly made a deal with the aliens at some point. Lindsay wants to know what time of day it is over there. Ah, yes, yes. Facts. Okay. Thanks, bro. Okay. Yeah, that's the leprechaun right there. Okay. Now, leprechaun, you better tell us exactly where that where it is, or else we are going to, go and expose you on live stream, leprechaun. All right. So leprechaun is being telepathic now. Okay. All right. So now the leprechaun has told us where it is exactly. Okay. Okay. So now we know where the pot of gold is. We're going to go over this way and find it over here. Oh, you see right there? That is where it is. We finally found it. Okay, now it's being transported to that way. Okay, so now I finally found the pot of gold from the leprechaun. He was hiding it over here. So leprechaun under the tree, put it this way. Yeah, leave a like for the leprechaun. Yeah. You see, we have the good eye of Mac. Yeah, exactly. And that's where he hid it, Mac. He hid it where there's poison ivy because he didn't want people getting his pot of gold, but he knew when the aliens came through, he met his match. Oh, thank you for the super chat, uh, Carlos. And yeah, there's a little gold in the bloom right there. Arg. Thank you. And yeah, and that is. Did I catch it on cam? Yep, absolutely. And you see, there's poison ivy, poison oak, and poison everything. So, Lindsay, there's a species of alien called the Palladians, and they're from another. They're from the Palladian star system. They're known as sisters, seven sisters, and they seem to want peace and love on Earth. That's what they seem to want, right? So that's when you get the leprechaun, and you gotta tickle him a little bit and put him on the live stream, and then he gives you the pot of gold. It's a trick because a lot of people get scared of the leprechaun, but us in chat are fearless. Okay, and right here is a you know nice stalks used for the garden stuff, and then you have some eggs right there laid by some bugs. Oh, thank you, Carlos. Gifted one membership to Raven. Yeah, Raven's one of our regulars. So that's very, and it's as I said, the memberships are random. They don't happen the way you can't like select someone. It just happens randomly. Yeah. So we got our pot of gold. Right in the beginning of the stream. Exactly, Mac. That is true. And it's similar to South America when you have to go and uh, do initiations. Like they'll have some crazy initiations that we have to do. Not we, but the different tribes had to do. Like the native tribes, like they did some crazy initiations. So there's also initiations in tribes in South America now that will put their hand in bullet ant infested glove, right? And they'll go and like torture themselves to be initiated. So that's the leprechaun initiation is poison ivy because it's an old trick because they believe that the poison ivy are the ghosts and spirits of deceased snakes that don't exist anymore, right? And that's why they hide their pot of gold and stuff like this with all these vines. And then a Timu Sheen alien has to go and get it and get poison ivy on a live stream for everybody. So that is just it is what it is. And yeah, I mean the leprechaun knows what he's doing, right? He knows how to hustle. Prime says, "Can everyone see Leprechaun, or do we have to smoke something beforehand?" Prime, that's a very good question. And you can see the Leprechaun without doing any of those things. But if you do those things, you might, my opinion, you would still see them too. And I guess it would also give you access to those other dimensions to see different things. They maybe you're not really supposed to see, but you would see other things too. But yeah, you do not need to smoke anything or do any kind of stuff like that to see the leprechaun. No. The only way you would see the leprechaun is by having faith and belief in yourself that you could find him. Because it does not come from external things, but within yourself to see something like that. Because a lot of times with many other types of things, people would have to take external things, but all of us seeing the leprechaun is self belief. and it's something that's within yourself. If anything, it would hinder your ability to see the leprechaun by doing the other stuff. Although they do show other dimensions, it's within yourself is all that you would need. And you see, I believed in myself, and Mac believed in himself and within me. Show your face, we would see the fairy. Well, actually, my face is seen during like the ending part of the stream when I am reading some stuff for y'all on the computer. I mean, it's so dark right now, y'all wouldn't really be able to see me that well anyway. But thank you UAP for deleting the comment from Timu, because although I do have a model face and I have that, certainly we're not going to go and insult the alien though. That's not good. Oh, he did another super chat. Not a super chat. He did another. I call it super chats, but it's not. He did another membership donation to Chris. Oh, he did another one. Oh, to OJ Kush. Oh yeah, that's one of my buddies. Well, I appreciate the gifted members. It's always cool. Yeah. Yeah, don't be rude. You know, not everybody can handle having the model looks that I have. And what are mods too. You know, we're all a bunch of movie stars on this channel. All the supermodels are on this channel. Nowhere else. Well, they're in other places too. There's other cool channels out there too. But here, we don't deal with a Timu nonsense. All right. Yeah, so we got that pot of gold, and there we go. So with the other thing, Lindsay, is that there's series that I've talked about in the show numerous times, is that the gray aliens that are known that you've seen a lot. Mac, you are picking your nose. You need to stop that, all right? You might get all your phone, okay? So you gotta be careful. You might get germs. Oh, hello, Star. Good to see you, buddy. It's okay, Star. We're watching the OJ trial, and it's a very, very winded trial, okay? That we've watched in parts, and just passion came by, and her and I watch it together. You know, her and I watch it together all the time she's when she comes through. So yeah, as I said, I did a 16-hour stream. I did a 16-hour stream before about OJ. So, and her and I do trial commentary, because I have a group of people that we do trial commentary. We do true crime stuff, right? And then my bros in here, this is the Garden Bros, Garden Gang. That's where we talk about maybe true crime stuff, but mainly we talk about this really a lot of eclectic topics. So we have different factions on the channel. And Star, she your mom, she is if she was your mom, she would certainly, you know, you'd be grounded for a long time with your attitude. Oh, Star, with you, uh, I met you on the Cat Live stream, I think. I believe that was your first time coming here, was the Cat Live. Yeah. Thank you, chat, for dealing with the trolls, because these people, they weren't ever able to get a girlfriend or get ladies or anything, or do stuff with YouTube, so they have to go and act a fool. But we got our mods, and as I said, people are like, "What are your mods?" We have mods because we want to keep the chat in check. All right. Arg. Okay, so yeah, Star, and tomorrow around the daytime, we are going to have probably the cat live like we did before. Yes, Mark, UAP beamed them up. And yes, here I am in the garden. Max got a naughty. He got 5 minutes in the naughty corner seat. He got a naughty corner seat in the Shadow Realm. Into the Shadow Realms. And yeah, man, he could pick his nose over there. And we could just pick our flowers and have fragrance. Yeah. So the trolls go into the Shadow Realm and they sit in the naughty chair all by themselves. They can go and you know deal with all their germs there. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, so a baseball game. Okay. All right, but okay, but at some point we'll see you again with the cat live stream. But thank you for letting me know. I like baseball. It was a good game, and my friends like playing it too. It's very cool. Sometimes there's like anxiousness where like the dude's pitching and you kind of like gotta watch out where it doesn't hit you in the head. But but besides that, it's quite exhilarating. Oh, hello, Buck. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and I plowed some new things over here. I plowed the means new parts of the garden. Pretty cool. So yeah, I facing the wall to ponder their life choices. Yeah. So with baseball, it's definitely one of my friends. Yeah, yeah. And one of my friends when I was in school, he couldn't hit the ball ever, so he stopped playing it. But yeah, he just couldn't hit the ball, and yeah, it's definitely one of my friends. My other friend Adam, he's very good at it. He was a very good pitcher, and he's a very good pitcher. Yeah, it's very cool. I remember when I was even younger, like when I was like in first grade, I watched the older kids play it, and you would go and they would go hit the ball and watch them run around the bases. Uh, and I got a glove. I remember around because back in this time period, Blockbuster still existed. Is this that place was I used to get movies from, and I got a glove and a ball, and I would like practice by myself for it. So yeah, and there was a different teams that I used to watch. Oh, hey Nana, oh welcome back. So yeah, we're now here in the garden watching this and talking. So they, yeah, I saw my as a minor league play, and it was pretty cool. And they changed their name to something stupid, and everyone was angry. And then eventually they got sold out, and they're not here anymore. Yeah. So, and I know people from both coasts. That's the thing with me. Like with the YouTube stuff, I've known people from both coasts. So I get conflicted about what major league teams to like. But yeah, so I oh UAP, I was going to ask you to beam me up, but I see where I go better. Not scared. Yeah. So what the Dodgers are a cool team. I like them, and I like the Yankees too. And they're actually arch enemies, and they hate each other. But since I know cool people from both coasts, and I've like you know had learned things about all kinds of stuff. Trials. Some people from trials. Some people from other types of streams, and people I knew. Because I'm around people from these other states and stuff from these streams, it's like you're practically there. So yeah, I like those two teams, and I know Buck. Yeah, and there you go. And there could be truth to that. I'm not denying that because, as I said, I both sides I have admiration for because of certain reasons, but I'm not denying that the Yankees have their ways about them. Because remember, the Dodgers also, I like them a lot too. So I'm like kind of like on both sides in a way. Yeah, Star. Yeah, scared. I There's another group of people I know that like they're from Boston, so I like the Sox too, and that's another evil team apparently. So I mean, there could be civil wars that start over these things, and I'm over here on everybody's side. Yeah, on everybody's side. So I don't really fit into a category, but yeah, the Dodgers, L.A. I mean, I learned from streamers from L.A. Like the people that are like L.A. I learned a lot from them, and I have a lot of friends out there. I mean, a lot of my audience, since I'm always up really late at night. I people on the West Coast or Australia or New Zealand are my friends on a lot of these things. So there are people from the East Coast that will see these things, but yeah, the flowers over here. But there are definitely exceptions to the rule of where there's people in other places. But yeah, so I definitely like those different teams. I like with the Dodgers and Yankees are playing with each other. I it's like I know the Dodgers are going to win, but it's still like, oh, okay, this team could win or that team could win. Anytime in LA they win, it's when the Dodgers win, the people in LA have a riot. There's lots of riots that happen anyway. It's 2 a.m. For me, it's 4:19 where I am. Yeah, so I remember one time it was they were burning down a bus, right? They like to burn down buses in LA, right? So it was on a stream, and like they'll go burn down a bus, and there's people jumping on top of it. It's like they'll go burn down their own city, and have people that go loot, right? People go and loot when the Dodgers win something. It's like I don't know that kind of logic, but it is what it is. But so yeah, yes, anything could happen, right? Right. Oh, be right back. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I remember. Yeah, because you have those, and Dodgers have done really well. With their team. They have a good teamwork, and they are good with marketing. They're good with pretty much everything else with all the way around, and that's why they win well. You know, and I will still probably win again this time. So definitely been on a winning streak lately in general. Yeah, and because I would see riots that would happen. Like around 2020, there were some riots, and that's when I found Smoking Skins channel, and 5 years ago, no, it was gonna be like 6 years ago, um, this May. So that was the group, and so many people from over there from LA and the West Coast. Then in trials, I meet people that are on all over the place. And then before that, I was around the same time I found SNS was like there's political live streams. So and I've been on different shows and stuff. So yeah, it's kind of been all over the place, and I made like a collection of people on this channel from all everywhere. I seen Flood and Wellington. Noah would be happy. Okay, okay, and Yeah, so that is what I went all over the place. So yeah, so where I am, baseball isn't really a big thing where I am. So football is the main thing. That's their sport. So when I was around other people, so what I'm saying is like I wasn't like going flying to different parts of the country or something. I was just on these live streams and hanging out with people all day long. Like trials will be all day long, and it just the brain, in my opinion, does not know the difference between a trial. I mean, being somewhere with a live stream and being with someone in the public. But yeah, there's a difference when people are not meeting in real life, and it can cause issues from other ways. But the brain thinks it's doing the same thing. So when you're around people all the time and hearing what they're talking about, you you just basically kind of understand their ways and how people regions are. So different areas, baseball is a big thing. So then I was like, oh, shout out to this group of people I knew from this region of the country and this other region of the country. So let's see, Westport is wiped out as well. Forestry slash the culprit. Yeah. And another thing is that when cold fronts come in, down in like the rest of the country, it'll be a cold front. Oh, climate change. Scared. Oh, okay. And yeah, what happens with the weather sometimes in the West Coast, you have something that happens where the cold fronts will bring wildfires to those different parts of the country. A bunch of dry air, and they go and destroy things, right? The fire, right? And people have to go and evacuate their homes, and there's like a wildfire, there's like wee woo, right? There's like all these, like a smoke cloud comes. That's what happens first. There's a smoke cloud, right? And then there's like a fire, and then it kind of seeps in a little bit, and then it kind of starts go starts going it starts going all over the place, and then like a fire goes right, and it makes that noise, and then it kind of sets like a little patch of grass. There's not even a patch of grass there. Everything's just like on fire, right? And it's just like this, like look, it's like you'll see this, like you'll see dirt, right? Because over out west, there's like there might be timu grass or regular grass, but it's mostly a desert place. So it'll go on a shrub, it'll get on a roof, it'll get on a house, and it'll go, and then it kind of goes, and then when that happens, it starts catching on fire, and it's not funny at all. Well, I'm making it sound entertaining, but it's not really funny at all. Like, and then there's people that are like in their houses, various ages. Ah, yeah, 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 exactly. And when it gets that type of weather, you will have a situation occur where say it's in the south, right? It'll be humid. It'll be so humid, like it's basically being like in an oven. Okay, but it's a little bit cooler right now, in my opinion, because we're not quite there in the summer. When the summer happens, it's boiling, like boiling, boil, like right? Go like that, right? And there's like a sun, and it has like wavelengths to it, and then it's kind of like hammering down because when you have humidity, it's like you're getting beat to a pulp by a group of rioters, right? And they're just kind of there. But the plants don't like it, and they go wee. That's what a plant does. It goes wee, and it goes up in the sky. But everybody else is like need water, and or be inside the air conditioning. So those are the situations that happen when like the humidity, right? Other parts of the country out west, it's very dry. Like you'll just kind of dry out and and it'll kind of crinkle a little bit, like right. But it's different than humidity heat. Like humidity heat is really really messed up. But dry heat's bad too. No, don't get me wrong. But if I had to choose one, I'm good with both. But the dry heat is just a little bit different. Like I was in Kentucky one time when I was like growing up, and man, it was hot. It was supposed to be hot, but it felt good, man. It felt excellent compared to humidity. Like it didn't feel like anything. Like it was supposed to be like Kentucky was like a hot in the summer, but it just felt like a like the springtime or something. So yeah, just but of course down here people are not as used to the cold. So up north they probably have more resilience to the cold. So different regions of the country have different resilience, different things. But yeah, dry heat's much better in my opinion. but both are bad. Some people call it swamp heat. So anyway, so with the wildfires, they'll go in houses, and then and you have like cars, right? And they're all on on the street, and they're burning, right? They're all burning, and then later on, after everything stopped burning, people see the damage. You see these cars that burned, and everything's like smoke, and the smoke is like silent, but it's like low key there. Like it's like it says it's not there, but it's there. So and then like the smoke kind of goes like, and it kind of like then it clears, and you just see a bunch of charred, hollowed, vehicles and houses, and it's pretty much a messed up thing, and people just had to leave in a hurry. So that's what the cold fronts will do out there in the West Coast. They cause weather to become like wildfire territory, and down in the South and other parts of the country, just like a nice cool cold weather, right? If it's cold weather, other parts of the country is burning down. So the desert sand and the dryness will cause that to happen. Anyway, so yeah, that's baseball being in different parts of the country, and I think they're cool, and I like the various different teams. Right, and over here is the needle flower, right here. Yeah, I would say the most favorite team would be the Dodgers. It would be the most favorite team, and then all the other ones in various different degrees. Uh, I'm talking about these things like it's like weather or something, or like it's like a spectrum. Like there's like a spectrum. There's a Dodger spectrum, and there's a all the other spectrums. But well, I like Chicago. I believe that they have a team, a basketball team called the Bulls. I think it's called. I like that team. That's pretty cool. And I'm like thinking what the noise is behind me, but it's actually just like like one of those air conditioning machines. Because I'm like, whoa, what is that? It's like nearly 5 in the morning. Like, what could possibly a monstrosity thing could be that be? But it's actually just like a thing. For a second, it was like, and then it like went away. So that is what happened with the um, the machine thing. So yeah, the so the LA would be the main one, and then the rest would be like there's level 2, level 3, level 4, right? And although there's basketball, yeah, the people over here like basketball, but other areas they just don't, you know, do that. I mean, other areas have basketball. I think everywhere has basketball, but I guess some places don't have it. But I would think everybody has that one because just it depends on what people like. What cities have what. For instance, like there's something called ice hockey, and where I am, ice hockey wasn't a thing. So there's other parts of the country that has ice hockey. One of my amigos he likes the Nashville Predators. That's one that he likes. And I'd say I like the Nashville Predators, but the hockey, as I said, no hockey where I am. So anyway, but hockey, I'd say the Knights. Uh, that team's really good. Well, that's one I like. Okay, well, look at this chat. Look at that. Crikey, it's a possum. Crikey. Okay, see chat. We'll see stuff like that at night. Oh, Piercy the possum. Yes, yes. Yeah, shout out to the possum. He is not able right now. We are doing this, and he could go in the other area. They'll become dependent. Well, oh, you think they're nasty? Yeah, they are definitely different looking. They are different looking, and yeah, I don't scare them off. The possums, the my family does feed possums. Uh, they do that. Well, they feed cats mainly, but sometimes the possums will eat cat food. Like that's what happens. Now, I think that but they definitely, Nana, they are scary, and they do look like something prehistoric. I took a picture of a possum one time, and that thing was staring right into the soul. So now, actually, surprisingly, possums are good for the environment. Surprisingly, and they don't care. They fight off ticks and stuff. But yeah, possums are have its environmental purposes, and raccoons are definitely very cute. Now raccoons are not as liked around here. I like raccoons. Y'all like raccoons, but there seem to be more of people don't like them because they cause people problems with their homes and stuff. Well, but they are very cute. Oh, they're a pest. Okay. Yeah, you like raccoons too. Yeah. Yeah, and earlier when we were talking about extraterrestrials, oh, they get hunted. Okay. With the raccoons, yeah, we will see them around here, and they come right up to me. Oh, or hit by cars. Okay. Yeah, but I think with the raccoons, they're very cute. Now, sometimes it could be demonic, like when they're fighting each other, it could be really demonic. Yeah, and let's see, we see any raccoons because now raccoons usually they're scavenging around, and we'll see them in different locations. Yeah, and like we'll be over here, and we'll see eyes darting around. Oh, really, Nan? Really? Wow. Armadillos. Apparently, they carry leprosy, and when they carry leprosy, they they cause a bunch of leprosy is basically when your limbs fall off your body, like your nose will fall off, and everything falls off of you. So armadillos, I've heard not to touch them, and yeah, definitely they can cause a problem when somebody's yard. They can. I didn't really. I don't know much about armadillos because we don't really have those here, but they. I'm sure they tear up the yard. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I definitely believe it. What I have here is sometimes the raccoons will go and dig up the ground, and they'll try to dig for little grub worms and stuff. Yeah, truth. Diseases, right? Left with only a finger to type with. Oh, scared, scared. All right, and we have the tree rats in here somewhere, lurking around. Yep, yep. There he is. I found him. Y'all got skunks. Oh, okay. Uh huh. See, they're all over the place. Yeah, spreading. Yeah, they're spreading the diseases. Okay, so where I am, there used to be skunks a long time ago, and yeah, and yeah, tree rats. So they use the skunks for fur. There was the oh, hello, Reg. Welcome to the stream. There were skunks that were used in the fur trade, and they got genocided in like in the 20s. Another thing, or in the 1800s, another incident happened where they got kind of hunted another time. And the last sighting where I am, where there were skunks, was 1980 and 1990, 40 to 30 years ago. So not have been seen since. So they probably still exist, but they're in like very secluded areas. But there hasn't been a sighting in over 40 to 30 years. Okay, there's something lurking in here. Oh yeah, that's a tree rat, I think. That's a chat. There's a tree rat. Crikey. Oh, Jord. Yep. It looks like I'm a bit misinformed. There is a skunk who was using the cloak of invisibility. And George saw something that was not seen in 40 years. It's lurking within there. So he has his sonar sight to see that. Oh no, I mean I'm on a safari right now with people from uh down under. I could say what I gotta say. We're on a basically on a safari right now. Oh, there's two of them. Whoa, scared. Thank you, mods, for keeping the chat in check. Well, there's two tree rats, chat. This is historical. It's basically like some vampire movie. But when we see these eyes darting at me at night, that's what's looking at me. Scared. They don't even blink. Ah, yes. Yes, UAP, facts. Facts. You know, Alan Poe saw the rats in the dungeon. Well, not Alan Poe, but his character in the Pit and the Pendulum saw a rat in a dungeon. And I guess it's one of those rats right there from that dungeon. I guess I'd be able to spread the. I'm joking when I say this. I guess I'll be able to spread the plague. Scared. Yeah. So, hello there. Any spooky doings this morning? Oh, hello, Lee Smith. Okay, Lee. We just saw a moment ago over this way. We saw some two tree rats in the trees and trying to spread the bubonic plague, but we were able to expose them. And we saw a possum over here, and I was just kind of talking about weather, sports, and different regions of the country I've been associated with. Yeah, the pesky tree rats have been exposed. Right? So tree rats. Okay, for instance, I mean, let's walk this way, Lee. Let's walk this way. Like, look at this. Looks like I'm in the middle of nowhere, huh? It looks very secluded. It's like, thank you, Nan. Thank you, Reg. Yeah, look at this. It's like, the middle of nowhere. Wow. It's crazy, huh? Scared. And this is where the leprechaun stays, in that region. Yeah, this is a Jurassic Park type area right here. Jurassic Park. Scared. Scared. All right, and that's some more ambient stuff. It's like, it's all in the middle of nowhere. Like, scared. Anyway, so this is all my area. It's my garden where I have all these different wild things growing around. And the way the house, the oh, Faxley, yeah. So it's the middle of the nowhere in this yard with a leprechaun and a Jurassic Park. Yeah, thanks. Over 100 years ago, the people wanted to design something where you had a rule, like a state country type setting, and that's what they designed. And 100 years later, over 100 years later, chat all over the world can enjoy it with me. All right. So Mark says, must be hard being a mammal that lives water up for some air and a bunch of hungry pirates waiting. Yeah. Yeah. The struggle is real. The struggle is real. And there's also the swamp raptors, and their eyes sometimes beam the darkness right here. They beam around. Yeah, teleport. Scared. Scared. Yeah, so I mean, in this field, you see these plants. Okay, they're ancient plants that were used. I refurbished them for something else, and that's the elderberry tree used for old medicines. Okay, and right here you see these poles can be used for all kinds of things, like tomatoes or whatever you could use them for. It's very cool. Yard, yes. Lee, a very good question, my friend. This right here is a tallow tree. All right. It was Ben Franklin brought this here to from China. It's very cool. And then you have these other ones. All of these plants you see, I put all these here a long time ago. Yes. Yes. It's it was not now I will say this, this tree was not directly from him. It was a descendant of a tree that he brought. He brought this breed of tree back here a long time ago. So this tree is from my lifetime, but the species of tree was from Ben Franklin. He brought them to the United States on the East Coast and they spread all over the place. It's an ornamental tree. So it is long ago, but this tree was planted by me. Well, not planted by me. It was along. It was a little tiny tree in a cornfield, and I told them that I didn't want it to be cut, and it grew bigger. But the species of tree was from here, from China, and it turns red and orange and a little bit purple in the fall. And it is a species that was brought here from him. Just to make that clear. Yeah. And this one right here, this thing was and the natives grew this because when I would see these things at one of the properties my family has, and it just looked kind of like a something that was used by humans or something. It looked like a cool plant that was used. The way it was very big, had thick types of stalks. It was very fascinating to me. So I did research on it, and it's not the smoking weed, but I thought it was related to it, but it isn't. It is a type of sunflower variation, and it was used for making for herbal medicines and making bread thousands of years ago, and they just then eventually became wild plants. So that's what these things were. They were used, and they weren't used anymore. Yeah, it looks like a rocket, right? Right. They weren't used anymore, and they just became. Now these are just things that grow in abandoned places, but here they're used as a type of, you know, a crop I grow for ornamental reasons, and the stalks could be very good for lumber. Like, yeah, I'll get a close up of one of them to show you what I mean. So, for instance, you have this right here. I look at this. This thing you can use for a tomato. It's a big pole. It can be used for all kinds of things. So, what if it's dried out? It turns red and it gets hard as a rock, and they could be used for all kinds of things. Right. No, I mean, like rocket leaf, like rocket salad. I've not heard of that, but I'll look into it. Mark said, UAP, beam me up for 5 minutes, make me go to my dinner table, and let me know if it works. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm glad to know. These things are just grow wild right here. Yeah, so as I said, this is the tallow tree, the one I was talking to you about, the species that Ben Franklin brought to the United States. And it's more of a northern tree. I'm in the south, but it's more of a northern tree, so it adds like more of a northern feel to it with these other types of plants right here. Now, the thing about the seeds, they could be very waxy and they could be used for candles, and they harvested them for candles and stuff. Oh, okay. Okay. These are primroses. A primrose. That's what these are. All right. Thanks. Yeah, and those are the elephant ear plants that I've shown. Oh, do I use these? Now, they have uses to them, but I don't use these for anything. I just use these to look at, just for ornamental purposes. And now I just show them on the live streams. I don't really use them for anything. I'm sure they have herbal uses. Most things in this yard were herbs used at one time. No, there's no deer. And as I said, this place, the way it was designed, like you have these lots, these 20-yard lots that were designed with these square, it was like a rectangle. Because back a long, long, long time ago, they used to have big estates. And then at some point, they tore down old estates and things, and they made, into, houses and stuff. But they designed it a certain way where it looks like somewhere in the middle of nowhere. And I put of all these things you see, I grew here over like a 15-year time span. This used to be just empty lot one time. And I made it into like a park. Yes, the leprechauns keep the deer at bay. That's true. And right here, that is a palm tree. There's a palm tree. It's it's an old southern feel, and so the way that this place is designed, it's designed like a California home, and an old southern home too. That's what it's like, two things at once. It's a hybrid. Yeah, and this is a strange vine. I'm not completely aware what it is, but this is a strange vine. Scared. And you got more of these here. They're good hedges. They're excellent hedges. Oh, the rabbit. I've not seen a rabbit in a while. Not recently. I've seen the rabbit one time a couple years ago. Oh, I didn't see him like one time. I saw him a few times because there are rabbits around here, but they're hard. You hardly like my aunts like my family would see them decades ago, and I saw one, you know, a couple of years ago. So one day maybe we'll see one on a live stream, but they're very rare. One night it was darker than what you see here now, and I saw a hopping thing, and that's what it was. My garden's all overgrown with weeds and vines, back and blackberries and hedges, truly gone to seed. Okay. And also, I think you see, like for instance, these leaves are very huge, and these things get about 15 feet tall, right here. Yeah. Now rabbits actually can be quite fierce, and they look cute, but they can be fierce. Yeah. Yeah. Bunnies can be very grumpy. And one thing about those things is that they they can really kick some butt. Like one time I saw something that had like a fake bunny, and the bunny was able to hop around, but then it's like it'll go and attack uh, if it needs to. Yeah. Garden is certainly a Jurassic wonderland with all kinds of different plants and things in it, ancient crops from long ago, and vegetables. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. And I got the blackberries too. Okay, goodbye, Lee. Thank you for hanging out with us. Take care. Okay, so deer, deer horn plant. That's really fascinating. Oh yeah, definitely. I can see it. Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, yeah, those leaves are definitely very similar to it. I think it's so cool. It's similar to hogweed. You see, the birds are chirping because it's getting closer to daytime. And yeah, this is the berry, the elderberry, a younger version of the elderberry tree. Okay, and yeah, the Jurassic world that we are in, and yeah, and I used to go hang out over there by the different palm trees. That was always something kind of interesting. The thing about this yard is like you will go look at this thing 1,000 times, and again, but you always will see something different. It's almost like looking at a matrix thing because or a kaleidoscope because it's like every time you'll see it, it'll be different looking than how you saw it before. Yeah, I really think that is very cool right there. It's there are things in the wild that are edible and there's things that are not edible. So, sometimes a plant that is edible can look very similar to a plant you're not supposed to eat, and then that's why people have to really know what they're doing if they're foraging. And some things need to be cooked first. Yeah. Well, here are some more of them. As I said, these are, these are just cleverly just put together. Just the way they're just so round on the edges. That's why I believe it was used by somebody, and it was, because that was my theory, and I was right. All right, and and yeah, so that is part of the morning birds that we'll see, because over in the eastern part, people are the sun will be coming up over there soon. Okay, and so far there is no other critters, and yeah, and there's just a couple of different shrubs, things like that, and some flowers. Okay, yeah. So some of my favorite vegetables to grow is actually vegetables that are from underground, like roots and stuff. I think that they taste good, and it's a way where things cannot always be affected by outside entities, like bugs and stuff. They usually are more resilient to that. Oh, sunflowers, yeah. So sunflowers, yeah. The ragweed is a type of sunflower. It's a variation of it. Let's see. What is this? Don't really know. See, that could be something. I don't know. I don't know if that's a sprout of something. We'll find out. The sprouts are always fun to see. Yeah, but I will keep tabs on that. And these are the elephant ear plants, as we usually see. Yeah, and on other planets, let's see something quick. It looks like it could be possibly sprouting. That's really good to see. So possible sprouts detected around here. That's pretty cool. I don't know for certain, but it might be sprouts. Still waiting on that one. Nothing in this area, really. There could be. Nothing really yet from this part. Oh, scared. There's sirens out there. Scared. Hello, comedy. We are taking a stroll, a hike in the garden lands, and we are just chatting about a variety of different things. Okay, so there are different accounts of various cryptids. Now, there is something called like a third eye or a sixth sense. You might go, alien, what does that mean? And when that happens, people usually always do not understand that is it's like sort of like a sixth sense or trusting your gut feeling. That is what I think a lot of people tap into when they see these type of paranormal things. Yeah. Now there's something called the Jersey Devil, which is a cryptid, and it's a legendary winged creature with hooves and horse-like head, and said to inhabit pine barrens of southern New Jersey. Originating from 1735, the curse of Mother Leeds, 13 children of the monster is a staple. It was a staple of the regional folklore, right? And allegedly, it was causing panic and terrorizing locals and leaving strange tracks and stuff like that. And for centuries, it was going on. Yeah. Now the legend is that Leeds Point found herself pregnant with her 13th child and cried, "Let this one be the devil." And the child was born normal, but some transformations into the creature with wings, a horse like head, and a forked tail before flying out into the chimney and disappearing into the woods. Some legend suggests that the creature was cursed also. So that is alleged cryptid. In 1909, there's a panic. Numerous sightings in 1909 included police officers and city officials suggested the creature was jumping on roofs and attacking the trolleys. Jersey Devil is a firmly rooted local culture of influencing stories. The NHL hockey team and act as a symbol of desolate. Now, I think, as I said, I'm not saying every single thing is real, but a lot of these sightings are actually true. And if it was created, it's possible that there could have been at one time a hybrid thing person that existed that was deformed and then went and wreaked havoc and was just in society as an outcast. But if such a thing was created, it had to be from a Nephilim type, bloodline. So there's allegedly creatures that were created by fallen entities or aliens or something, and those genetics could have survived in some people from the past, maybe, but it all may be a story or be symbolic or metaphorical. But if it is real, that's what it could have been from. So, as they say, be careful what you wish for. And I do think the cryptid stories have a good moral lesson to also be taught at the same time. All right, let's see what chat says. Reg said, "Any news on Yellowstone lately?" I think they opened up some new entrances, and there's lots of cold weather and stuff. But I heard that they opened up their entrances for the summer and spring. I don't know if anything else happened, but that's all that I know. Oh, you're back from being beamed up. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, and a lot of times when people allegedly get beamed up by the aliens, they forget they lose their memory of what really happened. The memories get erased. And the memory will come up over time as subliminal memories. It just kind of will resurface. So another possum is right there. All right. So there has been a lot of speculation about the different pilots that went missing. Also, it is extremely messed up that they are not around. But as I said, there's reasons why we will see what occurs and why it happened. So I don't know if we'll ever find out for sure what happened, but as I said, I do have my theories about it. And I think that there is a lot of censorship stuff that happens, and they found out some technology that you don't want people to know about, or they're being used for secret operation. But definitely the disappearances, there's more questions than answers. That's the root of one of these things. All right. So they're all over the place here. Okay, and now the birds are starting to come up. All right. Have you seen the recent interview with NASA? Yeah, baby birds are hungry, right? Right. Have you seen the recent interview with NASA guy building those experiments with some of the energetic lift device? Yeah, I've seen information about that comedy, and I think that was a big reason for this falling out that happened with the society because these people wanted to censor the technology of levitation and for now, and that's maybe a reason why those physicists and stuff went missing. Yeah, because they, these all now the 11th scientists disappeared, and you already have lies in the news and the media all the time. You already have lies that are going on about all these things, and they have all these people disappearing, and they expect people to just believe that it never happened, right? And that, oh, it just disappeared and we don't know what happened. But it's like they know about stuff happening in other countries. They know intelligence, especially when things happen, like different like attacks that happen. They knew beforehand something was going to happen, and it happened anyway. So a lot of times, I think they had to know something. It's like you're in your own country and you have all your top scientists just vanishing off the face of the earth. You don't know why. There's certainly a problem there, and it's certainly something unreliable. And when stuff like this happens, when you have an unreliable place, you will have a thing occur when you will go and have people paranoid and concerned. I think with Nancy Guthrie, there's lots of concern about why that happened. And the reason being, it's so much thing happened with people going missing, disappearing. You're going to wonder why that was, and they don't really say anything. And all these other people are disappearing, and it is really the bottom. The silver lining is this: is that someone somewhere knows what's going on. And they don't tell people what really happened because they're concerned about their own survival and whatever agenda that they're pushing. And when people have that in mind, as I said, they probably made some sort of levitation technology they're trying to censor. Or maybe they're working on a project that they want them to fall off the face of the earth for. Those factors could be, play a role in it. Element 115 is used for a lot of stuff like that with levitation, etc. All right, so I have returned. I have returned. Okay, so yeah, Nana said if I disappeared, it's because I fell. Okay, okay, so I am back. I am back. I Something occurred where it went out on me. So anyway, I am back. So yeah, this is another part of the garden. Yeah, I understand. It's because if you fall asleep, it might be because of that. Okay. All right. So right here, you have some more plants. You can feel free to talk about UFOs, aliens, or whatever else. I'm all ears for those that are interested in that stuff or whatever else. Right? We certainly are not alone in the galaxy. There's other things that exist out there. Good morning, Saw Girl. Welcome to stream. I hope everything with you is well. We have been talking about a variety of stuff regarding. We've been talking about a variety of different things regarding, like, sports and different types of aliens, things like that. Pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, okay, Saw. Okay, understood. Yeah, and it is. Oh, anyway. So, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And you just sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream. And so, yeah, I mean, there are so many different cases out there where missing cases, right? So the missing the 80s and 90s, there's an era where there was like some missing people and the cases were never solved. And when you have these unsolved mysteries, it raises, a question. It's like, well, sometimes I just think that they didn't have like the proper cameras and ways of detecting where people were or people weren't. So it was easier to get away with stuff, and there may have been a time period where people were more trusting, and that partially was part of the problem. So Nana says to Saw Girl, "You naughty girl, lol." Yeah, there you go. Naughty Saw, uh, naughty girl. Yeah, scared. Let's see, and the other thing needs to be fixed. But anyway, so that other thing went out, but we're still here. Okay, so there is a lot that will be solved over time with our technology that we have. There's, maybe she has to go to the naughty girl chair, and the only places where that is in the shadow realm. Scared. Saw Girl likes it when I say the shadow realm. So yeah, the definitely, I guess it's a spaceship party, maybe a bit of a drinking party, in a way. But right, yeah, I mean, when you have people commit crimes right in front of others, in a lot of these situations, you had people just doing it out in the blue, right out in front of everybody, and people didn't pay any mind to it. Like now, there's all kinds of checks and computer surveillance and stuff where they certainly improved it because I guess back in the time, people you trust more. So yeah, I just think it's mysterious when you have cases of like somebody they'll either vanish out of people's lives completely, or they'll just go with some person and they just never see them again. Yeah. So those are some quite mysterious ones to me. The ones with ghosts are very intriguing to me because Yes, that is true. Yes, the headache is the shadow realm. And when they go into that realm, there is a labyrinth of all kinds of different things that occur with the headaches. Oh yeah, there you go. You see, Mark got that right there. He said that some alcohol they call spirits. Scare, scare. So yeah, they have spirits, and with the alcohol spirits, it can be really interesting how some people believe that they may use those things to channel the spirits, but the other type of spirits with alcohol. So that is something I think is fascinating about how these different names were used for different stuff. And I mean, in a way, it is like a spiritual experience when people do that. Now, there was one time a alien that was flying around the water because you have aliens that are USOs. You have aliens that are coming from. You have aliens that are coming from the sea, coming from the water. So, with these aliens, they go out into space a lot of times, but in these other situations, they're going after spirits. There is a ship that was sailing out in the middle of nowhere, and they were they saw this flying saucer, so this orb thing, and it came down, and they're very freaked out about what it was. So when this occurred, the alien came down, and he wanted to have the spirits. So the alien came down and took some lime and rum and made himself a drink, and he absorbed it through his skin. That's the only way that they're able to absorb anything. And over time, he started to get drunk. He started to get a little bit loopy, and then he's going back to his flying saucer and looping around and jagging all over the place. So even the aliens would go on the pirate ships, and they would have a little bit too much to drink. And there's an explanation that maybe since they're time travelers and from other planets, that's why they're crashing everywhere. And that is something that I think is so cool, where even the aliens can have some fun. Oh, we'll take you to the top sheriff. The top sheriff right now is being compromised by the UFOs because the first of all, there's an Earthling sheriff, and then there's a shapeshifter. There's a lot of different theories about the shapeshifters, and the current sheriff, the one that's closest, was actually from a shapeshifter. So then you had that. So we will certainly bring you to him, but it's definitely part of the alien conspiracy. Scared. Yeah, so you have a lot of these aliens, and the the shapeshifter could be like a form of cloak of invisibility, or like a chameleon. How the chameleon's able to disguise itself as different things. So there you go. That is a concept that I definitely believe is very true. because there is just people out there that have claimed over time that they were seeing things or people shapeshift, and the ability they have is something supernatural, that they're able to go beyond what a chameleon can do and just blend into whatever it wants to be. Now that type of technology is extremely advanced for them to be able to do that. And there sometimes are glitches in the matrix when people will start to glitch out and then they just kind of come back online. But when they glitch, you'll kind of see glimpses of what they really are. And you'll glimpse into what they really are, but it actually doesn't exactly work that way because they could turn to somebody else. There's a cool Twilight Zone episode about a dude that was into all these different people. Eventually caught up with him. When he did that too much, and it messed himself up. Oh, and by the way, this plant is all by himself. Growing here, it's kind of different than the other elephant ear plants that we usually see in this area. They get a little bit bigger quicker than the other area. But yeah, anyway, so you have the shape shifting. The person was able to shapeshift and just kind of look at a picture and they think about it, and then that's it. So my theory is the person must have been an interdimensional being or some sort of a from another realm, and that's what caused them to do that. The whole explanation. Only that power would come from some other universe and or some sort of advanced technology that we don't exactly have yet. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if they did have the technology, because sometimes we'll see things where they have a technology that's there, but won't be released to us for 20 years from now. Imagine the technology they have right now. A lot of these things that we have now were 10 to 20 years delayed, the technology we have now. So there's technology that we'll eventually see that will blow our minds, but it's being developed at this moment. So these shapeshifters, which I'm not too familiar with a lot of cases of shapeshifters, but there's people that have been glitching in the Matrix. That is either a technology that they have that's very advanced, or if it's some sort of biological organism, it has the ability to just do that, to do that regardless. Like it can go and become anything by some sort of magic. So that is the theory of shapeshifters, right there. Now, Mark actually said something different. He said, "Take me to your top shelf," and I thought it was "Take me to your," because sometimes I'm looking all over the place and not looking at chat as closely. It's okay. We'll take you definitely to your top shelf. I thought he wanted to go to the top sheriff, but that will be reserved for another time. Yeah, I think that the the dimly lit places can definitely hold areas where you could see some strange things, like either people or other types of situations where you have spirits or entities. Like there is a story of a woman that was hanging out by a dimly lit area, and she wanted to go to a dance party, and she went to the dance party. Her dropped off at the same location, and she was never seen after that. She just kind of vanished into thin air. And yeah, those are instances of ghosts. And I think ghosts can probably transform into different things. Also, okay, chat, I am back. I went out for a second, but here I am. Right, and the morning is coming close, and that is cool. All right. As I said, Twilight is a very fascinating time. Very fascinating time. From this world and the other world combine to make something new. Make a new day. Okay, and we're going to be talking about some of the different cryptids and things like that we usually talk about around this time. Now it's going to get dark for a second, and then we will resume. There was something that went out, so uh, we're going to be. It doesn't mean anything's wrong, but we're going to be talking about some cryptids and different things like that in a second, and be right back. But of course, we're still here. Okay, and going this way. Let's see. All right, shout out to everybody. Here we are, and going to be talking about some of these things. Pretty cool. Okay. I dropped the phone, but it's okay. I am still here. Alrighty. Yeah, so, cryptids are something that have been seen for a long time throughout many different generations. And we dive in this channel about what those things exactly could be. Okay, and I see that Mark was talking to me and I didn't even see his messages. So I'm going to get to your messages in a second. Okay, let's see. Swamp laser gun for bottle rum. I got a bridge I could swap. Have you seen the bullet train? Don't blink, you'll miss it. I like 4 to 8. Watch the ship and sea and sunrise and set. Yeah, sunrise and sunset are very cool. Definitely. I like those two. Okay, and let's see this. We're about to get to some interesting cryptids. All right, there's a lake monster in New York. Interestingly, in New York is home to a wide variety of cryptids sightings. So there's a champ, also called Nessie, is a northern serpent creature that lives in Lake Champlain. You know, very similar to the concept of the Bigfoot type creature. There's also something called the Loch Ness creature as well. And there's the old greenie, a 20 to 40 foot long sea serpent reported in Chayuga Lake since at least 1828. Crispy, a three-humped snake-headed beast spotted in the Hudson River near the Pugan-Kepes. The Oogie, residence monster of the Onondaga Lake, also known as the mosquito Hudson's tradition. All right. All right. Land-based cryptids. They have there. Sasquatch. While spotted across the states, Whitehall is officially Sasquatch capital of the world, featuring uh, status festivals and numerous sightings. The Kinderhook blob, a white, shapeless mass that allegedly floated through the woods of Kinderhook in 1960. Leaping Loopy, Leicester, described as Bigfoot-like creature that hops like a kangaroo and fights like a bear, appears in Livingston County in 1870s. There is the Monitoyu creature, also. Road Demon, a fast winged creature with sharp fangs seen chasing cars on the Monto Road near Rochester. Oh, hello, Cyber. Yeah, Mothman. We'll talk about the Mothman too. Yeah, Mothman is a very scary one. I've seen pictures of it in the trees and stuff like that. So I'll explain all about the Mothman. So The Mothman is a legendary winged creature first reported in Point Pleasant, West Virginia between November 1966 to December 1967. Described as a man-sized bird-like figure with massive wings and glowing red eyes. The entity was famously sighted by two young couples at a former World War II explosives manufacturing site, known for its TNT area. These encounters sparked a massive media frenzy and a series of strange phenomena in the town. No, Butterfly Man is not scary enough. No. So these encounters sparked a massive media frenzy and series of strange phenomena in the town, including reports of men in black and UFO sightings, cementing the creature's place in American folklore and pop culture. While initially viewed as terrifying monster, and Mothman eventually became an extractably linked in the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge on December 15, 1967, which resulted in 46 deaths. Years following the disaster, paranormal investigators and authors like John Keel popularized the theory that the creature was harboring of doom, appearing only to warn of impending catastrophe. Today, the Point Pleasant embraces its supernatural history with a dedicated Mothman Museum, 12-foot metallic statue, and annual festivals that draws thousands of fans of the unexplained. And it apparently appears in trees and appears all kinds of different places. And people will have seen this thing. One of my friends saw it in a tree in a not a dash cam, but in a one of those trees where you'll see different types of entities. The types of entities they'll see is when you have a deer cam, like you have like a forest cam, right? And in the forest cam, you'll have these things where people will see these creatures or a deer or whatever, but sometimes you can capture some things that are pretty strange. Right. Yeah, exactly. That is the logic in the conspiracy theory realm. Yeah, and I think that in a lot of these situations, there are people who, where these names come from, are quite hilarious. Good morning, Mindy. Welcome to the stream. And good morning to you. And may Jesus' blessings be with you. It's a nice weekend. And we are talking about a variety of different things, including cryptids and stuff of that nature. Right. So yeah, in a way, you could say I'm a type of cryptid because I'm an alien type cryptid. Right. And there's theories that these cryptids are from laboratories from a long time ago that were let out as escapees. So those are also possibly the same thing. And you're you. Yeah. Yeah, hilarious. Yeah, Mark's hilarious. Yeah. I think there's a lot of times people will, misinterpret these things. And I like how there are lots of sightings of these cryptids that exist. And they'll come up with things like Mothman and stuff. And a lot of people would, maybe think of Butterfly Man, but Butterfly Man wouldn't be thought of because it is not, you know, what you usually would think. Because I guess it's not scary enough. Right. And let's see some other cryptids here. Let's see. Going over here. All right, so we have some different creatures that from the Book of Enoch we will be talking about. And let's go that way. Okay. So was thinking of Mork and Mindy. Mark and Mindy sounds better. Yeah, that is hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, that is a good show, by the way. All right. All right. So the most famous creatures in Nephilim are the giant offspring or rebellious angels, and the Nephilim, the described as these massive beings, sometimes cited as the Ethiopian text as reaching 450 feet high, 30 cubits. Their immense hunger led them to consume all of humanity's resources and eventually humans themselves. All right, and then he said Enoch is in the Bible. I read Enoch and it made sense to me about the spiritual realm. Yeah, see, Enoch goes into more detail about things, and that's why the Bible in its entirety should be completely kept together and it shouldn't be like broken up in parts. So that's why this thing is cool. Hello, Miami. I check your streams before I go to sleep, and I see your now wave. Hope you're good, bro. Good morning. Well, good morning to you, bro. I'm doing well. We're talking about different things on this morning. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I just think that they were coming up with all these different types of things, and they wanted it to be used, but that's not how it works in reality, right? All right, so there is demons. According to Enoch, there's demons are well, angels, but rather the disembodied spirits of the dead Nephilim. So the demons are the disembodied spirits of dead Nephilim, according to Enoch, because they are part spirit and part flesh. Their spirits remained on earth after the flood and plague and tempt humanity. All right, the Watchers. The high order of angels, with many remained holy, 20 fallen angel watchers, descendant to earth to teach the forbidden knowledge like metallurgy, astrology, and cosmetics. Seraphim and cherubim, frequently depicted as fiery serpentine beings with multiple wings who guard the throne of God. Mindy makes sense to me. I agree. Diophanim. Those are things that are orbs that we'll see. Often called many-eyed ones, these are described as living wheels of God's throne covered in eyes. Miami says, Arg, still loving that pirate hat. I had one of those when playing the game Sea of Conquest. Okay, listening, Never Watcher, F Topics. Okay, thank you, Miami. Yeah, the pirate hat's right over there. Yeah. And there is the Chaldret and Phoenixes, appearing in the second book of Enoch, the flying elements of the sun, with faces of lions and tails of serpents. They are described as copper-colored and burst into song at sunrise. They're sirens. It is claimed that the human wives of the fallen angels were transformed into sirens, water spirits associated with danger and deception. Oh no, I didn't see that. That's something I have to look into. Thank you. The first book of Enoch focused on the fall of the Watchers and their origins of the spiritual warfare. Okay, and he said golems. Let's look at that one. Yeah, that is true. God took him right up to heaven. Yeah, he never saw death. That's true. And the term golem is an animated anthropologic being in Jewish folklore, typically created from the inanimate matter like clay and mud and brought to life through mystical incarnations. While they are not central figures of the Book of Enoch, their concept is deeply rooted in the same tradition of Jewish mysticism. And the Hebrew word golem literally means something incomplete or informed mass, and appears once in the Bible in Psalms 139 to 16 to describe an unformed embryo. Mystics and Kabbalists believe that they could create life by imitating God's creative power through language. This often involved placing a piece of paper with the word truth or emet on a creature's forehead or under its tongue. Miami says, look of how they worship the fish gods. Popes might turn into the costume and the fish god worship. It's fascinating. Popes might, okay, facing up and never share this anyone, anywhere. Oh, I've heard about the fish costume thing before. Yeah. Thank you for explaining. Mark says Zodiac 500 years old, 12 star signs, and sun or sun and 12 disciples. And yeah, I could see that. Yeah, there is a correlation there. That's very interesting. Because the truth is all over the place. And even if people don't realize it, people may not want to realize it, but it's all over where people even don't want to understand. Waves everyone in the room hello. All right, and the Golem of Pragu, the most famous legends of Rabbi Judah Loeb bin Bezali of the 16th century Pragu, who supposedly built a golem to protect the local Jewish communities from persecution. Loss of control. A common theme in these stories is that the golem eventually runs amok. To deactivate it, the creator who erases the first letter from Emit turned it into a Met, death, causing the creation to return to dust. Oh, and the Pisces is the fish. It's the age of Aquarius. Yeah. All right. So the loss of control. A common theme in the stories is that Golem eventually runs amok, and he becomes death itself. All right. Variations in modern media. Beyond traditional folklore, the spelling of Golem appears frequently in fantasy and sci-fi. The Warhammer. This feature is the Golem kind, ancient allies of the Daurin dwarves. They are often depicted as heavily armored, robotic like beings with author rings used for heavy labor in combat. Love the truth seekers, and man, I barely know is a good man by discernment and wish the Father to continue to give him knowledge and guidance with responsibility coming with it, bro. Well, amen. Thank you. And also prayers to you as well. Uh, I wish the same thing for you too. All right, Adune. Some fan discussions link the concept of Gola, cloned human, to the linguistic mythology roots of Golem. Yeah, what are the rituals? My pleasure. The, oh yeah, that's right, Mark. Don't be scared. The creation of Golem through the Kabbalistic rituals is a complex process rooted in Sefer Yetzirah, Book of Creation, which posits that the universe was created through combinations of Hebrew letters and divine names. The ritual should never be performed alone. It requires initiate accompanied by one or two colleagues. Purification. Creators must purify themselves totally, often fasting and immersion of mekeva, ritual bath. They must wear clean white vests. Materials. You must use virgin soil from mountain that has never been plowed, kenneled, or purged spring water, taken directly from the ground without using a vessel. Once a humanoid figure is shaped from clay, fill is fused through specific mystical actions. Letter permutants. The creator recites 221 gates, complex combinations of Hebrew alphabet over each limb of the clay figure. This often combined with the letter tetragrammaton in the name of God. Their circle dance. In some traditions, the petitioners perform circle dance around the inert from while chanting, mimicking the way God created Adam. The divine word. Most famous method involves writing Hebrew word emet on the golem's forehead, or placing a parchment with holy name Shem on its mouth. To return the golem to dust, okay, tribe of Jews do rituals in Kabbalah, and one thing they say they can do is raise a golem, and it's like a robotic giant from this is interesting. Yeah, it certainly is. They're able to do this. I know I'm aware of what Kabbalah is, and like you have some celebrities that have like the it's like a red string that represents something like that. But yeah, that is what they do. They very intriguing indeed through their Kabbalistic rituals. By erasing the letters Al Aleph of Emet, the word becomes Met, death, causing the creature to collapse. Reverse recollection. In most meditative traditions, the initiative recites the original letters to reverse the order. All right, so to understand the golem of Pragu, um, look at the math behind the magical scientific side. Okay, so this is like some sort of scientific stuff about it. All right, so according to Sefer Yetzirah, the world was built using the 22 letters and 10 Sephirot, divine numbers, to animate the golem. A mystical must master the 221 gates, which are unique. Yes, I knew he wears red shoes. Yes. The mystic must master the number of 221 gates, which are the unique pairings of every Hebrew letter with every other letter in the alphabet, and the Aleph with Bet and Aleph with Gamel. Premutation. The practitioner recites these pairs while mentally connecting them to specific limbs of the clay figure. For example, certain combinations govern the right arm, others the left eye. Pronunciation, it isn't just about letters, it's also vowels. You must vibrate the letters using specific vocal techniques, breathing into the clay and breathing life into Adam. All right, the source of life. The ritual essentially downloads a spark in the Nepheresh, the lowest level, and the sounds into the matter using the terragrammation YHVH as the power source. Yeah, I agree. It's basically witchcraft. That's basically what this stuff is. What they're doing is the witchcraft. Yeah. Mark said it represents the amount of blood split, hence the red shoes. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's basically how voodoo works, where they animate a body, and they put a soul in it, but it's really a demon existing within it. Right. And the most famous story takes place in the 16th century, where Rabbi Judah Lowell, the marshal, allegedly creates a golem named Yosele to protect the Pragu ghetto from blood libel accusations and pogroms. So the blood libel was this thing where they're accused of drinking blood of people, kind of like the what some conspiracy theories now about the adrenochrome that many different groups do, not just one group, but that is what that has to do with. Yeah, Yeshua, Jesus, sacred name, no J in Aramaic or Greece. Yeah, Jesus is a Greek word, but Yeshua, which is similar to like Joshua, that's his name. Yeah, very true. Yeah. All right, so the Sabbath rule, because Golem was not a true human, it could not perform spiritual acts, but it followed rabbi's orders perfectly. Every Friday evening before the Sabbath, the rabbi would remove the Shem, the parchment with God's name, from Golem's mouth so it would rest. The rampage. On Friday, the rabbi forgot to remove the name. Deprived of its rest, the purpose of the golem grew massive, began destroying the ghetto in a blind rage. The rabbi had to catch the creature in front of the old new synagogue to deactivate it. The attic secret. Legend says that the rabbi didn't destroy the body. He stored the clay remains in the Genizia attic. In the old new synagogue, to this day, the attic remains closed to the public, and some believe the golem is still there waiting to be reactivated if the community is in ever immoral danger again. It's better to just rely on God alone and your own abilities over creating magical creatures like this. Sometimes people will go and disobey God and just do whatever they want to do. So that's a situation like this. All right, let's see this. Okay, and he says, drink blood and children's blood and sacrifice, but no one wants to talk about that or share that, even to Yav, Yavha, which is Yahweh, shared your revelation, synagogue, Satan, and glad you're sharing these topics. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. No problem. The Jews that drink the children's blood and sacrifices. Yeah. And as I said, I don't think every single person that's Jewish, is involved in stuff like this, but throughout these histories, this is what these allegations were about. Yeah, no problem. And because it's something that was recorded in history, and I watch trial stuff, so what we usually say if something isn't directly proven in a court yet, you say like, these allegations, these things are alleged, whatever. It's allegedly there. I'm just telling you all the information that this says, and yeah, no problem. All right, Mark says, so the tech is the human brain. Yes, the tech is the human brain, correct. All right. And the Jewish folklore, Daibuk is a malicious, wandering soul of a dead person that clings to a possession, a living host. Unlike Golem, which is an artificial creature made of clay, Daibuk is a purely metaphysical entity seeking refuge in the completion of a divine purpose. Yeah, facts, Mammy. Facts. I also did too. I think every single group has their good and bad people in it. Like I'm part Italian. Oh, hello, zombie queen. Oh, always nice to have you with us. Yeah, like I'm part Italian, and they did the. There's so many of them in the mafia that went and did mass deletion of people. Doesn't mean they're all like that, but yeah, I mean the Italians, did stuff. Everybody has in Japan. They have gangs that do hacking and all kinds of messed up things. So every group has their bad factions in it. And Mindy says, "Have you looked up into the Euphrates River thing?" Yes, I've seen that before. And there's a fallen angel's chain in the bottom. That's what the Bible says. And now Euphrates River is really actually drying up. Yep, I've read into that. And Italian or Sicilian. Okay, one thing is I'm related to every European country. Okay, I'm related to, I have a German name. I'm predominantly like Germanic, various Germanic countries and United Kingdom, or at least I'm like half and half. My genetics would probably show half and half. And I'm related to United Kingdom, everywhere in United Kingdom, and also a Mediterranean part Mediterranean too. So I'm related to pretty much all the Mediterranean countries. I'm related to Italy and Sicily. So my ancestry would consist of the Italian side would be Italy and Sicily. Oh, you're a Sicilian. Yes, I'm part Sicilian, a little bit in there. Yeah, and very good cooks. You know, yeah. So I'm related to people from northern Italy, the main part of Italy, and in Sicily. So it's kind of crazy. I'm related to the whole entire island. Yeah, in the family, and yeah, the family's cute. Yeah, so I have because over time, ancestors through hundreds of years of that's why when I say what my ancestry is, I'm related to pretty much all of Western Europe and some of Eastern Europe a little bit. But yeah, zombie, right, right, exactly. Yeah, the family. I know what you're talking about. And yes, shout out to Sicily. And I think Bro said something. Did you say something? Oh yeah, I already read that. Okay, so uh, and Mindy says that I'm a mutt and German, French, Irish, Canadian, and Cherokee Indian. Awesome, awesome. The Sicilian side of my family came here around the late 1800s or so, and they're cool people. So yeah, the Euphrates River. I've seen information about that, and it is there's allegedly some demons that are tied to the bottom of it somewhere. Although it's drying up already, there is they're in there somewhere, and they're going to be released out into the world at some point. And I do believe that there are things that are spiritual in a spiritual realm. Yeah, think well, all mutts now. Very rare see any pure blood. Yes, yes, that is correct. That's correct. Yeah, facts. Yeah, shouts to the pure bloods. And also the mutts too. Yeah, so in the river, the I do believe that they'll be released into the world at some point. And I do believe it's a spiritual thing, so we may not always see what it is, but the whatever it's spiritually will be released. Also, right. The folklore origins of the DVK, which is cleave, the cause possessions typically occurs when a soul is so burdened by sin that it cannot enter the afterlife to find the Gil Yugal. Hello, light flower, indigo. Oh, I like indigo flowers. I'm gonna be planting those at some point. A very cool name. Hello there. The cause possession. Okay, so manifestations. Possessed person may show signs of mental illness, speaking in an alien voice, or behave out of the character. Exorcism. Traditionally, the Baal Shem, master of the divine name, can perform a ritual expel the spirit. The spirit is also commanded to exit through the tiny space between a person's big toe and nail to avoid the permanent damage. Mark says, I'm half Irish and half Maori. One half wants to drink, the other half doesn't want to pay for it. Hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, I'm related to Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. concept shifted from the religious mysticism into modern horror and urban legend. Oh, that's very cool, Miami. That's very cool. The Book, the Enski's 1920 plays, is most famous literary work telling of man's soul possessing his Beth wanted to be with her after death. The Buke box. This modern uh, legend started with 2003 eBay auction by Kevin Manis, who claimed to have bought a haunted wine cabinet from the Holocaust survivor while inspired films The Possession 2012. Manis eventually admitted in 2021 into the story that was eventually entirely fictional. Oh, Father's from Liverpool. That reminds you of Titanic. Okay, and let's go. So that is some information about some of those cryptids. Let's see. Um, now let's look at this one. Let's see. Now there's zombies. All right, so let's see. The history of alleged real life zombies is rooted in the Haitian voodoo and the traumatic legacy of slavery, which the concept. So they were seeing about any zombies that existed throughout history. The zombie myth emerged in the 17th century, 18th century French. Oh, thank you, Miami. The 17th, 18th century in French colony of Saint Domin- Dominique. No, not Eek. Domingue. Modern day Haiti. So it's just gonna call it Haiti. Now, some of these enslaved people believe that death would return their souls to Africa. However, those who committed the self deletion were said to be denied this rest, became zombies, undead, and commanded to work for eternity. The Bukhar. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah. Tap the screen. I appreciate it. In the voodoo tradition, the sorcerer known as the Bukur is said to be able to resurrect the deleted using magic. In reality, this process was often used as a form of social punishment for those who violated the community norms. The most famous documented case of an alleged zombie
is the Clavarius Narcissus, whose story brought global scientific attention in the 80s. Death in 1962, Narcissus was pronounced deleted and unalived in an American-run hospital in Haiti after suffering the undiagnosable illness. His deletion death was certified by the two doctors, and he was buried the following day. In 1980, 18 years later, the Narcissus approached his sister at the village market, and he identified himself using a childhood nickname known only to the family, and claimed that he had been conscious during his own burial, exhumed by a booker and forced to work for 2 years until the sorcerer was deleted. Interesting. Early 1980s, Harvard Wade Davis investigated the Narc case and proposed a chemical explanation for zombification, which he detailed in his book, The Serpent and the Rainbow. The tetrodotoxin toxin, Davis claimed that the Bokers used zombies powder containing the tetrodotoxin, a neurotoxin from pufferfish. In sublethal doses, it can induce a state of near-death paralysis where the victim remains conscious but appears to be deleted to medical professionals. The Datarua. Davis hypothesized that once exhumed, the victims were fed a paste of Datura, a hallucinogen that causes disorientation and amnesia, making them compliant slaves. Miami says, from what I remember, was a toxin from pufferfish. Yeah, so Mark, it seems that the big tech rules the seas now, so to speak, and it seems that the United States is one of the major superpowers. So, U.S., China, probably Russia. Those three countries probably would be in that classification that England was at one time. Modern medical investigations into the alleged zombie Haiti had suggested that many cases are actually misidentified individuals' mental health conditions. A 1997 study of the Lancet examined 3 cases of alleged zombies, found that they were likely suffered from catatonic schizophrenia, epilepsy with brain damage, or learning disability. Right? Yeah, Zuckerberg. Ard. Yes. All right. There's distinct real life undead traditions that set the stage for modern zombie trope. In Europe, they were typically called the reverence, physical corpses that rose from the grave to settle unfinished business or plague the living. The Natchez a shroud, a shroud eater believed to stay in the grave, consume its own burial clothes and flesh. Folklore warned that the Nasher ate its living family members and would waste away from disease, making it a metaphorical zombie, linking it to the spread of the plague. Okay, in Greece, the Vrikolas, okay, in Greece, the Vrykolakas, a flesh-eating undead creature that, unlike the blood-drinking Slavic vampire, was a swollen, leathery corpse. It would knock on doors and call out names anyone who answered said to be deleted soon after. The reverence of France. This the reverend comes from the French word revenir, to come back. In 1800s, the rural communities still performed per preventative burials and placing sickless over a corpse neck or bricks in the mouth to ensure the dead could not rise. Yeah, he said he was a human, and I guess now he's more of a lizard. Yeah, that's a good point. 1800s were dominated by the fear of reconstructionists, body snatchers. This era saw the birth of scientific zombies, galvanism. Scientists like Govanani Aldani performed a public experiment using electricity to make the limbs of executed criminals twitch. This led to the widespread public belief that the deleted dead could be physically reanimated through technology. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, 1818. This novel introduced the concept that the remnant reanimated corpses created by science rather than sorcery, while Victor Frankenstein's creature is sentient, the direct ancestor to modern medical zombie created in a lab. And so it originated from maybe Africa. In the late 1800s, the word came to Europe. They thought it was an African myth found in the colonies, often describing it as a phantom or a ghost rather than walking corpses that we know. All right, so the galvanism, the science of reanimation. In the late 1700s and early 1800s, the galvanism became a global sensation. Galvani discovered that the dead frog legs would twitch when touched with a metal scalpel, leading to him to believe that he found a vital force or animal for electricity. New Age, no, Newgate experiment. then the nephew. Yeah, Douglas, absolutely. Hello there. Yeah, Mark, it's definitely feeling like you're in an alien from some alien realm by doing that. That is true. All right, so the Galvanese nephew, GA, took this further with their theoretical public demonstrations on human corpses and his most famous experiment involving the body of George Foster, a murderer recently hanged at London's Newgate prison. Yeah, Mindy said, same here. I have had dreams of something happen in real life. When A applied the electrified rods, Foster's body, the jaw quivered, one eye opened, and its right hand clenched and raised, terrifying onlookers. Shelley later acknowledged that discussions about galvanism, possible reanimation of corpses with a spark, were direct influences of the novel Frankenstein. All right, let's go through this one right here. Okay, light flowers, indigo. Hi, I'm becoming more aware of unseen energies on amplifier level. Well, that is really good. You know, when tapping into the third eye and tapping within yourself, you're able to access this ability to become aware of the unseen energies, and it's something definitely that I'm sure everybody experiences it differently, but people can experience these things and these energies that are all around us that we cannot always see with our own naked eye. So the fact that you're experiencing on an amplified level means it's a awakening within you and a gift to be used for proper reasons, of course. Yeah. Oh, you recently experienced vampiric. Okay, got you. Yeah, that has to be very cool, and it's I've not experienced that one. That sounds like what probably was at nighttime. I would assume. Was it in a dream or was it when you were not dreaming? Out of curiosity. The interdimensional. Okay, so this is some conspiracy theories on vivid dreaming. Conspiracy theories regarding vivid dreams come more behind simple psychological suggestions. They are either windows into alternate realities or products of covert technology manipulation. One of the most popular modern theories suggests that the vivid dreams are not imagination, but a glimpse into a parallel universe. Quantum entanglement. The theory possesses that during sleep, your consciousness becomes entangled with an alternate versions of yourself living in a different dimensions. And Indigo says, waking from sleep, visions first, anytime I slept. Now, what are the visions about, out of curiosity? And sleepwalking, waking from sleep, yeah. It definitely seems like whatever it was powerful enough to trigger something in your mind, which causes a fight or flight reflex. That's why you wake up, because it's in like a fight or flight mode. Some believers recruiting prophetic dreams are information bleeding through from timelines where those events have already happened. Oh, amen, Mindy. Amen, Mindy. Definitely, those are special messages from God, and the end will happen, and it is near at some point. Mark said, "Dreamt I was a fish in panic until I realized I could breathe. Not much fun being a fish. My riding a Harley dream was better." Oh, I would think that one would be way better. Indeed, yeah, I agree. Amen. Zombie facts. Yeah. Some theories suggest that vivid dreams are results of the external influence or covert testing of government agencies. There's mind control MK Ultra building on the history of the CIA's real MK Ultra experiments, which use LSD and hypnosis to explore the mind, and some theories suggest modern vivid dream spikes are caused by updated versions of the program. Dream hacking. Advertising. There is growing speculation that this corporations or governments entities are wresting dream incubation techniques to influence consumer preferences or political opinions which people sleep while people sleep. Electronic frequencies. Fringe theorists suggest that 55 6 towers of CERN's Large Hadron Collider emit frequencies that then thin the veil between dimensions or disrupt the nightmares. All right. The Premeditations Bureau. So, 1960s real psychiatrists found premotions for the Bureau that collected dreams might predict national disasters such as 96 Aberfan landslide. The 9/11 phenomenon. After September 11 attacks, reports surfaced of thousands of people allegedly having vivid nightmares of a plane crashing and exploding in buildings. Months leading up to the events, leading some to believe in the collective subconscious that senses impending trauma. All right, so light. Indigo says, I saw a video on YouTube of a person believed to be a vamp was shown a video. I watched it twice as an empath. It felt real. Then the visions came. Well, that is a interesting coincidence for the visions to come around the time that you're maybe realizing about that yourself. So maybe you always had them the whole time, and then it just kind of like dawned upon you at some point, or maybe that it activated something. All right, the Viking Draugur, the original physical zombie. Physical traits: the Dragyar are not ethereal ghosts, but massive, heavy, and often death blue or corpse pale, animated bodies. They were said to possess superhuman strength and the ability to swell their size of an ox. Supernatural powers. They could shapeshift often into seals or cats, enter dreams. They could shapeshift often, see cats in their dreams, control the weather, and even see into the future. Causes of rumination. It was believed that the greedy man or unpopular people were most likely to become draguars, setting of a standing upright in a grave rather than lying horizontally was the major wearing sign that the deleted dead would return. The Bermuda Square doesn't really have a good ring to it, does it? No, but the Bermuda Circle would have worked. But I see what your point. I see what your point there is. But yeah, the Bermuda Circle may have been worked better. Indigo says I couldn't make out what it was seeing until I saw the fang teeth. You know, the vampires from the movies and stuff and from the stories is that they're able to put someone in a trance in a dreamlike state to go do what they want to do with them. So that's something else to also keep in mind is that they can do stuff like that. They could just cause to go limp and they could go and do what they want to do. Yeah. I'm feeling the seductive energy. So you're basically censoring through your subconscious what the thing is and what it's trying to do. Yeah. So as I said, that sounds accurate. It definitely sounds accurate. And a lot of times they would want to completely take your energy in general. That's something that they would probably really like to do too. It's a pastime of those things. See. All right, Indigo says, finally, I felt myself rushing to get into the back, into my body. Ah, okay. Okay. All right, so finally, I left my body, rushing to get back into my body. Right. Well, I eventually found your way back, so a lot of people don't. And you just get lost forever. Well, you had it several times. Well, definitely if it's reoccurring, it definitely has a meaning to it, in my opinion. Yeah. That's what happened to Anton LaVey. He asked for protection and couldn't make it back. That is correct. That is correct. Yeah. He said astral projection, stupid, stupid. Oh. Oh, he asked for astral projection and he couldn't make it back. Okay. Yes. I felt like the need to fast and start it immediately. Yeah, fasting certainly is good for your body and good for your spirit and your mind. That's definitely something good to do, and it cleanses out the spirit and the soul and everything. Or it says, I remember seeing my seeing my body on I've bed, and I got scared because I couldn't get out the window. Hello, Grays. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right, Nikola Tesla was a mad visionary. One of the most famous eccentric. Tesla eventually claimed that he was receiving signals from Mars and he had severe germophobia and obsessed with the number 3 in a deep set of proclamation before a specific white pigeon. Jack Persona, a co-founder of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL. Parsons was a rocket scientist by day and ranking occultist by night, and he performed magic rituals in the desert, often alongside the L.R. Hubbard, believing they could summon supernatural entities to avoid his engineering. Francis Crick, the Nobel winning co discoverer of DNA, double helix structures, became proponents of the directed panspermia. He also argued that life on Earth didn't evolve spontaneously, but it was seeded by her advanced external civilizations. You're very welcome, Indigo. It was my pleasure to hear what you have to say. Amen. You do that with the fasts, and definitely, the forces of darkness will not prevail. Indigo. Gray says, I once astride is a church corner, and there is a dance. Once, Astro traveled to a church and the corner in a distance, going out to the girlfriend, and there I remember calling her name, and though that the window, and her sister told me that the next day that my girlfriend was freaking out and she couldn't hear me calling me a name. Oh, wow. GA, mentioned earlier, is a theoretical demonstration of galvanism or electrifying the corpses. James Lind, often cited as possible inspiration for Victor Frankenstein. Lind was physically who reported tried and cured deletion and was fascinated by vital spark and electricity and storage automated machines also. The Stubbins Firth. The proof of the yellow fever was not contagious until the 19th century when they famously stemmed that the vomit in the infected patients into its own wounds can drink it. He was right about it not being contagious because person to person, though he didn't realize the mosquitoes. Yeah. Mosquitoes be a big hurdle. Yeah, we saw some stuff tonight. We saw some different possums and we saw a couple of tree rats too. Strange recluses. Harvey Candish, one of the most brilliant chemists of the 18th century, it was painfully shy that he communicated with servants only via written notes and build a separate facility case in his house so he never had to look them up. No, tree rats are not the same thing as raccoons. There is no raccoon. There is only like one raccoon sighting, but it was very faint. Pigeons are rats with wings. Scared. Jack Persons babbling working. While Persons was founder of NASA, he spotted his rights in the Pessandria mansion, nicknamed performing elaborate occult rituals. Persons teamed up with the Scientology founder L.R. to admittedly that a manifestation of physical incarceration of the goddess Babylon to the new age of humanity. Rituals. These involved weeks of sex magic and Enochian incantations, often accompanied by classical music like provocatives. Second violin concert personas that these rituals would create a moon child. Right. Yes, pigeons are rats with wings. Right. Oh, that is hilarious. Wow. Wow. Almost immediately after the ritual ended, the Major Cameron arrived in Parisons and convinced that she was manifestation of this image. Eventually married her son after the Hubbard vision defrauded them in places with folks that were not officially ending the partnership. Mark said they tried to steal food at 20, but they gave me over to embarrassment and people laughing. Oh, well, that is very messed up. You definitely got this. Indeed. Would not be wise for them to try to mess with you. Not wise. Mystery pitched the weapons at U.S., UK, and Soviet Union. Soviets reported the past 25,000 for every test planned. After this, 3 notes that prototypes he left in a hotel value what was later revealed to be the standard electrical measuring device. Agreed, Mark. Right. Right. These historians.
Mark said that was a Freemasons what if scenario. That is what San Francisco near Alcatraz. Yes, yes. There's definitely another one that is named like that. Yeah. Right, and he says that the fisherman was San Francisco near Alcatraz. Yeah, by the way, this is what Alcatraz is. Oh, nice, Mark. Nice. Have a blessed day, all. Gotta feed family and get ready for class with Pastor. Okay, well, you have a good day and have fun with that, Mindy. Blessings to you always, and have a good one. Thank you for coming by. Shout out to Saw Girl. Awesome. All right, so Lori says, "Good morning. Packing up for camping and coast 3 nights. Hope y'all are well." Saw Girl isn't. She isn't leaving. She was just telling someone else goodbye. I'll tell you about Stargates right now. A Stargate is basically a passageway to another realm. Another realm. From this realm to another place. Sometimes there's been cases of alleged stargates opening up and zapping someone completely. So, and basically, this Stargate is popular about the alien wormhole network and real life declassification, CIA project investigation, and psychic powers. So that's basically what it is. It's like a portal to another dimension. Like something. There was yeah. When I was, teen, there is a dude that there was a dude that fell into a Stargate allegedly, and it was like someone in his house. There's like the stuff, everything fell through, and he just went into a Stargate. He never was seen again. Stargate Universe. The Stargate is an ancient ring-shaped device made from fictional mineral called Naquada that creates a stable wormhole for instantaneous travel between planets.
Technology. They were built millions of years ago by advanced race called the Ancients. This is known as the Gay Builders. To use one, you must dial a specific 7 to 9 symbol address using constellations. Most addresses, let's see. Right. Now, this is a real and the Stargate project, further explained. So, the Stargate project was a code name for the US government innovative that ran from 1978 to 1995. They investigate a psychic phenomenon for military and intelligence purposes. Remote viewing. The primary focus of the remote viewing, the purported ability to see distant, unseen targets using the mind. Hello there, Earthy. The Cold War roots. The CIA and DIA focused on Project Stanford Research Institute. Oh, hello, Earthy. Good to see you. Welcome. Indigo says they can appear in your dreams when you reach levels within the gatekeepers. Yes, yes. Think of it as like passing a finish line. Yeah. All right. So the classified documents detail bizarre sessions, including one where a psychic was supposedly sent to Mars 1 million years BC. Another is located crash of the Soviet spy plane in Africa. Termination. The project was a shutdown in 95 after review concluded that the information gathered they thought was vague and inconsistent. But what really happened is it was too effective, and they didn't want people knowing about the truth about what's really going on. Oh, I didn't see that. That sounds very interesting. Yeah, so oh, that's awesome. You're gonna practice remote viewing. Yeah, that's great. Awesome. Oh, you slept 14 hours. Nice, nice. Well, that's cool, Earthy. It really is cool. It's important to do. Phew. Real life Stargate project was less about portals and more about mental travel, as well as a 20 million program, primarily from Fort Meade to Maryland and Stanford Research Institute (SRI). Okay, so it's more like an internal sensor that you can see. I can see why so many people get confused when you're not seeing anything. Yeah, yeah, definitely the confusion would be there. Would be there. CIA didn't use the term psychic; they called it remote viewing. This was a high structured protocol designed to sound scientific and minimize metal noises. The coordinates a viewer would see would set a darkened room with a monitor. The monitor would provide a set of geographical conditions that hid the picture and view the location. For instance, like this. That's an example of one. All right. Okay, and going back down here. Hurry said it's more to do with subconscious answers, and you close your eyes and you picture a white canvas, and answers come to you from your subconscious. Oh, thank you. Satellites got helium balloon crashes in Africa. Balloon acted. Okay. Okay. The coordinates. A viewer would sit in a darkened room with a monitor for would provide some geographic coordination to the hidden picture, and viewer would attempt to see the sketch or a desirable location. The blind protocol. To ensure accuracy, the viewer was never told what the target was. They were trained to ignore their imagination and focused on sensory data, color textures, and temperatures. The star views. The project's most famous projections or participants included Ingo Swann, who helped develop protocols for Joe McMoneagle, who was awarded the Merit of Intense Legal Intelligence Program. Okay, good night, Gray. Good night. All right, Earthy said, I practiced the other day. Some days very strong, some days don't really want to, but every time I do, I get answers to amazing, honestly. Well, that is awesome. They have these amazing answers. The classified files show that the military uses psychics for high stakes missions, while traditional satellites to human intelligence failed. Right, giant submarine. In 1979, Joe Montague was asked to be very secret to Soviet facility. He correctly described A massive, unpredicted submarine with 20 missiles that turned out to be the Typhoon class sub, which Western intelligence hadn't yet confirmed. Okay, yes, yes, definitely. All right, so the Mars transcript in 1984, the weirdest declassified document. A viewer was given coordinates for Mars. He described a dying civilization, giant pyramids, and very tall, thin people wearing strange clothes, claiming they were seeking a way to survive a planetary disaster. That's a noble cause, Earth. There's lots of shady stuff, going on. So it's good that we are looking into these things and exposing these what's actually happening, because a lot of people have their heads in the sand, are not really looking into these types of things. I believe George Clooney and the actors are part of keeping things kidded and going on their agenda. Yeah, very good point. Thought funny how offspring are named after baby goats. Oh, interesting. They're kids. It shouts to the goats and the kids. Earthy says, I've been reading a book of Enoch and Revelations all morning with fallen angels and Nephilim. Very strange. Oh, thank you, Earthy. Amen. Glad that you're reading that. And it's very telling. It's daunting because it tells you like explicit details about what those things were, what was going on here. Yeah. CIA's conclusion. Report authorized the American Institute of Research. Conducted while results were statistically significant, meaning that they were better than random guesses. The data was never accountable. It was a vague military strike rescue mission. Exactly. It talks of the Nephilim that were created from earth people and fallen angels. Very, very crazy. Sawgirl says a man arrested for keying a car because it had a pro Trump sticker on it. Seriously, a grown man. Well, yeah, it definitely. I agree with you, Sawgirl. People need to act like adults. Yeah. All right. And Earth says, I believe everything is hidden until there is streams of water that is good. Better than Piglet's spouse. Yeah. Sargo says Book of Enoch was one of the scrolls that we found in caves within the 60 years, something like that. Right before we didn't have the Book of Enoch. No, the Book of B knocking. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, yeah, very true. It was one of the lost scrolls, but you got to remember, it was in the Ethiopian Christians. Good morning, Brig. The Ethiopian Christians already had it in their Bible, but it was from the Dead Scrolls that were found, and the Ethiopian Orthodox Christians had it in their text. The only ones that had it in their text. Yeah, yeah. Oh, this shirt. Yeah, it was probably from. It was from Walmart, I think. All right, so Ethiopian Orthodox Church, along with the Eritrean Orthodox and the Tawidio Orthodox Church, is the major Christian body that includes the Book of Enoch, specifically Enoch 1, and the official biblical canon. The most denominations view the text as apocryphal or non-canonical, centers on Ethiopian tradition for several reasons. Complete preservations. For centuries, the Book of Enoch was considered a lost to the Western world until it was rediscovered in Ethiopia. The only complete version of the text existed today is preserved in the Ge'ez, ancient liturgical language of the Ethiopian Church. Biblical authority. The Ethiopian Church relies on 81 book canon, which larger than a standard 66-page Protestant or a 73-book Catholic Bible. This canon deep roots in the Septuagint and the ancient Jewish traditions that were prevalent in Ethiopia. The theological influences. The book detailed descriptions of watchers, fallen angels, and Nephilims, Masonic prophecies, and heavily influenced Ethiopian religious art hymns and literature. Oh yeah, there you go. You see, that's why I'm always on a natural high. You see enough of these things, you'll just be high all the time. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Very good indeed. Because you have these. It talks about these different humanoids, these different creatures that existed from the fallen angel hybrids. Basically, the Earth was corrupted and had all these different weird things in it. because of these Book of Enoch entities existing by the fallen angels. Oh yeah, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, yeah, definitely wild, indeed. All right, so let's see. Yeah, definitely saw Girl. We'll watch it. All right, so the Ethiopian Orthodox Church has been using the Book of Enoch for roughly 1600 to 1700 years. Unlike the rest of the world, which largely lost the book until the 18th century, Ethiopia never stopped using it. Here's how the timeline of this use is there today. Arrival in the 5th and 4th century AD. Book of Enoch was likely translated from Greek into Ge'ez, ancient Ethiopian language before the 4th and 5th century. This occurred when Christianity became state religion of Askew Umite Empire, and monks began translating the Bible into other holy texts. Yeah, yeah, that's him. The great disappearance. During the Middle Ages, the Book of Enoch almost completely vanished from Europe and Middle East. It was suppressed by the Roman and Byzantine churches and eventually forgotten. For the minimum of the only people on earth who still possessed and studied a complete text with Ethiopian Christians. And were the Ethiopian Christians. Rediscovery in 1773. And British explorer James Bruce traveled to Ethiopia and rediscovered the book, and he brought 3 copies back to Europe, and providing that the Ethiopian church had preserved the text by perfectly for 1,000 years, and rest of the world it was gone forever. Oh, I agree, Earthy. I definitely agree with that. Because there's so many untrustworthy people these days in the UFO community. So that's why it's good to see people that are actually trustworthy to tell you the truth. The Ethiopian church has always had a maximalist view of the scripture. They believe that because New Testament directly quoted Enoch in Jude 1 to 14 to 15, directly quotes Enoch must be divinely inspired. To them, it was a new or weird addition. It was fundamentally part of the faith that they simply refused to throw away when the other churches did. Daughter, rare blood in the world, blue and salt water in my veins. Are, yeah. Yeah, you do have that in your veins, definitely. Well, it's church corruption. I mean, it's people that run these organizations, these religions that get corrupted. And they have their own political gain, their own ideologies, and their own justifications for it. So yeah, it does suck. It does suck, but in the long term, we would prevail over these types of people because it's like people just want to live in peace and have their Bible the way it is. But when you take all these things out, it's like from Team Machine. Well, yeah, I'm sure some religions do. I'm sure some of them do. Or he says, I wouldn't be surprised if there is more evil ones in control, keeping the good hidden. Yeah, yeah, they will call good evil and evil good. Yeah, because Satan said, you didn't have to do anything out. Jesus said that he did everything out in the open. He did nothing in private. You know, Book of Enoch describe, is extremely, detailed about its Nephilim and other types of entities too. Oh yeah, I agree with you, Saw Girl. I don't trust organized religion either. And I'm glad that you enjoy YouTube and you're able to do this type of stuff and choose what you want because a lot of times people, these organized, religions don't really have the best people's interest. Yeah, good analogy, Mark. Very good analogy. Yeah, too many coincidences all over the place. There's too many synchronicities and too many of those is flying out in the open like that. Yeah. Okay, and it seems like the Book of Enoch ties in more information about Jesus better in the One Piece. That's another good thing about it. All right. Now, I believe in God, and people don't have to believe in that if they don't want to. But yeah, definitely with organized religions, they, you know, they're only out for themselves, and I believe humans can be corrupted. And I believe it's up to people to find their own spiritual path that they think is right for them. It should be a free will thing, and that is how it works. Let's see. All right, and let's see. Would God want us to praise Him or Jesus? Would God want us? Oh, both, both. Now the Father, you know, God is the main dude, so to speak. So, but both are fine. And the Father is greater than Jesus, as Jesus said himself. The Father is greater than him. Exactly, Indigo, definitely. So, yeah, the Father is greater than Jesus, but both of them should be praised. Yes. Like Jesus is like a roadmap to the Father. Like it's no one goes through him through the other one. So that's in my opinion how it would work. Now, of course, for people, whatever they feel is right to do is what they could do. Jesus is not a Nephilim. No, that would be the fallen entities. My opinion, he is human, but he's also has a divine attribute to him at the same time. Like his spirit, his soul is divine, and his body is like an earth person. All right. Okay, and let's see. Yes, correct, Earthy. Yes, yes, yes. He is, in my opinion, he is human, but also is the spirit of God and the Word of God in human form at the same time. Yeah, yeah. And let's see. Let's talk about, and also Indigo. I do agree with you. All right, and Sargo says, "I believe in God. Our lives, world cannot be mistake. What he looks like, I don't know, but I believe he exists in my opinion." Yeah, and however it works, because God is something very complex that beyond our human realm of understanding, and God exists out of time, place, and space, like out of this finite world. So it's very complicated how it works, but it does. There is something there, in my opinion, and I believe all people have their different ways of getting to him. Indigo said, "No matter what program, religion, in this case, I have been spiritually connected to, I believe because I've always questioned. And I congratulate you for questioning, because questioning means you're a free thinker and you're not just blindly following like a sheep to something. So it's always good to question what you're being told. And a lot of times organized religions want control and want people to submit to their ideology. So you being a free thinker and questioning things is perfectly fine. That's your exercising your free will." Earthy says, "I've been broadening my knowledge on UAP, but more so on religion and many other things. They're intertwined together. Well, that is excellent, Earthy. I am glad that you're doing that. And, there's so much enlightenment to learn about these things. And whatever path you find yourself on, that is, I think, is a positive spiritual enlightenment for you. Yeah. Right. Because, if you can't exercise, I mean, and also, I don't think we're all going to agree on the same thing. Yes, light. Yes, Indigo. I believe that we're all connected. I believe that we're not always going to all agree on the same things, and we all might think of how things work differently. But that just makes us human through free will. And I think no one's perfect, and we all could have, things about us that we may not be completely get right. But in the end, our hearts and our desires are in the right place. Like the people that are like, think like us. So as long as the heart was in the right place, being guided to the right path is good. Yeah. Oh yeah, I do agree they're underwater, definitely. Mark said, "It's your face if you want to look for the symbolism of the key along with numerology. The words help the brainwash." Okay, interesting. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there are so many bases of these aliens existing underwater, and they're going to these giant platforms. They're definitely there. Oh, yes, Indigo. That makes sense. Mark says English is the best language to manipulate people, hence the most used language. Yeah, that's an interesting concept. I never thought of it that way. And how English, it is a global language. I do agree with that, and it seems like it might be the easiest one to do that with. Leviathan, a field monster that dwells in the watery abyss of the spring's water. She's portrayed as a massive creature representing untamable ocean. Behemoth, a male monster that occupies deserts in Dundian, located in the Garden of Eden. In some interpretations, he is described as a moving on his breast in a humbled state. All right, Sawgirl says if they can travel to the moon and send robots to Mars, why do they tell us that they can't travel to the depths of the ocean? I don't believe it. They're hiding something. Yeah, I think that some of the going to space in some ways were fake, in some ways, but I do think, in my opinion, they are hiding technology that they've used for a long time. You know, I think that they have technology to go to underwater from studying alien technology, but they don't tell us. So I do think they're hiding and censoring things. That makes sense. I also believe that the reason why they are like the moon and stuff. I don't think they were ever really able to go there exactly as much as they think they did. I think they went there, but they seem like they kind of take long spaces to get there. So yeah, I do think they can probably get to underwater if they had the technology, but they're not really focusing a lot on it, and they're certainly hiding stuff. Yeah, maybe that they're trying to fool. If we get into the moon in a little tin can, why can't they go into the oceans? Why can't they race Titanic? Why does it take them 50 years to go back to the moon? So a lot of questions, more questions than answers. They keep telling me it's raining, but they're pissing me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, you see, it's a trick, Earthy. They want us to look up when they're actually, in fact, below. Yeah, they're below the Earth and in the oceans. Yeah, they're not where they tell us they are. They are over, underwater, and they're coming out that way. Yeah. Indigo says, I've heard the dragons are coming back. The 13th sign of the zodiac is the dragon. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've heard about that too. And wonder if how it drives, especially with the element 115. Notice how Bob Lazar calls 115 the zombies code crater. Also mentioned in 115. So girl, I definitely agree. Absolutely. Earthy says also Epstein was connected to Call of Duty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That guy was connected with pretty much everything. Yeah, and he was connected with all that. Yes, Indigo. I've seen the land masses shaped as dragons. There is this in the Sahara Desert. There's this giant dragon. It's a mountain range, but it looks like a giant dragon that fell there. It has scales and everything on it. So yeah, there's these mountain ranges that are allegedly fossils of gods and dragons that used to exist. There's quite a few of them. The element that turned humans into zombies were called elements 115, way before Bob Lazar even mentioned the element. Right. Right. Okay. All right. The text prophecies that their judgment was two monsters who were prepared as food for righteous elect. I believe him too, because they want to make people look crazy that are going against their narrative, about all these different factors with aliens, etc. They always want to try to make people look crazy, but in reality, is that they're the ones that are the crazy, the ones that are crazy, that are loony, that are trying to make society go backwards. So no, I believe Bob too. They always try to discredit people that are actually telling the truth. Arthi says this was deeper than just a secret society. People helping other people in the shadows. Money rules the world. Yeah, I do agree with you. Absolutely. Mark says I thought scuba diving would be cool. Then cousin died doing it. So Gut says give me a listen. The gut is the brain. Not sure. Okay, so this is what the gut is. The gut is this thing. It's like a second brain. It's known as a second brain, and it can sense things and figure out things that our other brain doesn't figure out right away. Yeah. So no, the gut is the separate brain. This is the way deeper than UAP secret society. People helping others in the shadows. Okay, I read that. Amen. Amen, Earthy. I agree. A book. The Book of Watchers states that the fallen angels didn't just breed with humans, but they sinned against birds, beasts, reptiles, and fish, and is often interpreted as creation of unnatural hybrid monsters that begin to devour mankind and one another. Dream vision. The fallen angels are metaphorically depicted as stars that turned into bulls and bred with cows to produce elephants. Camels and donkeys, which are used as symbols for the massive destruction of nature of giants. Earthy says, I used to have the aerogophobia. I don't have it in my house for years. Now, crippling anxiety, if I get over chemo demons, anyone can. Facts. Yeah, the one who says and who says they can are both correct. And even if things take time or it might be a struggle, I believe that everybody has capability within them. Yeah, exactly, Indigo. Yeah. Yeah, scared. Shots my toodles. Three race giants. While English texts often just calls giants the Ethiopic tradition, sometimes specific three distinct races of Nephilim, the Nephil and the Eliud, are other ones. And there are sirens and phoenixes that come from it too. The Watchers were a group of angels that were sent to watch over us, but instead they rebelled and fell from grace. Yes, they're the ones that mate with humans, correct? All right, so yeah, that is true. So basically, what it says is that when the Nephilims die, their souls still exist and they exist as the fallen ghosts and demons and stuff that people hear about. That's what the souls of Nephilim are. Right. And so narrative begins with 200 watchers who, led by the ringleader named Samyaza, conspired to abandon their heavenly duties. I believe there's cures for diabetes, cancer, RA, much more, and they keep us sick because it's a moneymaker. Oh yeah, one of my friends is a nurse, and that she was telling me that the she agrees that a lot of the cures for cancer and different things like that probably exist. Well, I'm saying probably, but she said they do exist, and they don't really give it to people because it makes too much money. Right. So because the big pharmaceutical companies and the medical companies make a lot of money from these things, so it's like a drugs. They don't want to stop it. Well, good morning, Shell. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Always good to see you. Yeah, but I definitely do think that the prices, you know, everything being expensive, that makes some profit off it. But yes, Earthy, I do agree. It's wild to think about, you know. And they're basically similar to dinosaurs and stuff like that. They did roam the earth at one time. They swore mutual oaths on Mount Hermon to descend to Earth and take humans as wives. The Nephilim from this forbidden union, a race of hybrid giants called the Nephilim, was born. These giants were massive and violent, eventually consuming all human resources and devouring mankind. Mark said, "Golden showers in midday does it any bad. It's when they tell me it's rain, I get not happy." Yeah, yeah. When they have those type of showers on you and they tell you it's raining and they're lying about it, you know. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's all about deception. Dorothy says, if there was more than one flood, so many civilizations and hidden knowledges under those waters hidden in the bedrocks. But yeah, I'm sure there's all kinds of different ancient texts and information and things that we don't have on our have right here that it talks about in there. There's all kinds of hidden secrets under there. Beyond the procreation, the Watchers are blamed for the fast tracking human corruption by teaching celestial secrets that humanity was not yet ready to possess. Key figures include Azazel, taught metallurgy, making swords and shields, and the art of deception through jewelry, through cosmetics and jewelry. Samyaza instructed the humans in sorcery, enchantments, and root cutting magical herbalism. Others taught astrology, astronomy, and divination, signs of the sun and moon. All right, let's see. Indigo says the medics have asked to come and give them samples. Last invite said to come and save humanity after the COOF 19. Okay. Yeah, exactly. And uh, that's good to know. But yeah, a lot of times with, especially during that time period, it was all about the COOF 19 was all about control and their population, which was our population, really. And they'll say to save humanity and stuff like that as these clever catchphrases. All right, so Earthy says, I wonder how people don't interpret Greek mythology, Christianity with other religions seem a lot there left unanswered. Yeah, Earthy, definitely we're supposed to be on other planets too. Yeah. There's a whole universe out there for us to explore. Not just be combined to one little box. Right. Right, so Earthy says, God said man is supposed to rule the air and we land in the stars. Oh, they've been inviting you, Indigo, for them to come to them for many years. Oh yeah, okay, I got you. They definitely that will happen, and do what you think is best because sometimes they'll have groups that try to peer pressure you, but you got to also remember to do what you think is also good to do. Yeah. And Earthy said, God said man is supposed to rule the air, land, and stars. Yeah, yeah. So that is certainly a fascinating one right there, indeed. Definitely we should rule that. Yeah, Earthy, I think it is odd because I think there has to be some study somewhere about it, but they're just interested. Oh, the universities and stuff now are so politicized. They're just interested in spreading their stupid, you know, lots of propaganda over actually research. So I do think there's censorship and people that are having, you know, agendas too. Indigo says yes, and they may cells and avoid them. Be negative, super healthy. Okay, thank you for the info. Thank you I appreciate it, Indigo. Earthy said they are too brainwashed with other things going around the world and indulgent studies. It's sad, but it's the way the Earth is today. Yeah, 30 years ago or so, they probably would have been interested in more research, but now they're just, their heads are in the sand. Yeah, very well said. Earthy says we have all the knowledge here in our brains, our physical bodies, and to waste year after year, it's heartbreaking. Oh yeah, the kingdom of God is within man. The human body and the human mind is capable of so much potential that shouldn't be completely discarded. Mark says, one night, at sea, I saw a full moon slowly disappearing, and slowly came back to full moon, and said the moon was eclipsed. Have you seen one that was clear night, amazing sight? I was a stranger gaze on the night watch. Wow. Well, that is an incredible thing. Some people might argue it's a glitch in the matrix, but it could be. You know, it was definitely a very beautiful phenomena. If it was from aliens or humans or whatever, that's very interesting. Oh, good idea, Earthy. I like that. Yeah. And you can go to God yourself or whatever higher power people believe in, and you don't have to go through anyone else, but just you and the spirit alone. Now, eventually, the cries of oppressed humanity reached the archangel Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, who applauded to God to intervene, appealed to God to intervene. Binding of the ringleaders, God commanded the archangels to build the watchers as Azazel was cast into the jagged pit of the desert, and Semyaza was bound for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth. Destruction of the Nephilim. The Watchers were forced to watch their great giant children slaughtered each other before remaining wiped out by the Great Flood. Yeah, the Antichrist, it is. We don't know who it is, but the way the Antichrist works is that there's going to be a false Messiah that will appear and going to deceive the children of Israel and the world into making them think it's a true Messiah, and that's what's going to happen. And the so you have that, and then like I'm a Christian, but the Muslims believe in the Antichrist too, that it exists, and in their religion, it allegedly has a grape eye. They call this it has a grape eye, whatever that means. So that just gives you a different depiction of what this thing looks like, which I don't know what that means, the grape eye, but yeah, the Antichrist will come and deceive the world and even fool the elect. But and there's going to be 3 empiric frog spirits. The frog spirits look kind of like the Greys. So there's a correlation there with the aliens. But anyway, I'm not too sure who or what it is going to be exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if it's some sort of alien being that's going to come and trick everybody. But yeah, we do not really know anything much about that besides that. Right, Sargrill says Liesel Van Houten, Charles Manson's follower, released from prison, now teaches at California University. What do you think about that, anyone? Well, I think that Sargrill, I'm extremely appalled by that. You know, yes, Earthy, absolutely. It would definitely blow everyone's mind. Christians believe in the Antichrist. Yes, it's a key figure in Revelation. Yes, the so the 2 religions that believe in the Antichrist is Christianity and Islam. Those 2 believe in it, but they have different interpretations about things. But yeah, both of them believe, and that's going to happen, and the return of Jesus. But all the other religions don't have that in there, right? Right. Yeah, Saw Girl. I think it's extremely cringe about her teaching. Now, I believe people could be redeemed and stuff like that, but definitely that she needs to be held, locked up for what she did forever. I don't really believe she really truly changed, and I know that Charles Manson had a cult that I believe is still active today, at least a cult of personality. So I definitely would think that it shows degenerate civilization. Oh yes, I agree, Saw Girl. The spirit of the Antichrist definitely is there. Exactly, Indigo. They were so tricked to take the thing, and especially what this dude is going to do. He's going to appear in Israel, most likely, and he will. They're going to think that's their Messiah when it isn't, and he's going to do everything what they think the Messiah does, and he's going to bring fire from heaven, and he's going to make a new one world government, and then the problem, as Jesus said, that in his messenger, his companions, that this Antichrist will come and they'll deceive the elect, and that you cannot reject him, Jesus, at any cost at all, no matter how convincing it is. It's only him. So there's going to be a bad genocide is going to happen, and there's going to be a giant apocalypse and a giant war, and then Jesus returns and makes the earth new. And then the Jews will say, "Oh, this is really our Messiah. It's really him, the one we pierced." And then they'll accept him. So yeah, it's going to be the whole world will be deceived by him, the Antichrist. Yeah, and I believe the Antichrist spirit is still around now. It just hasn't taken a human form yet. However, it works. Yeah, they weren't tricked. It was manipulation, coy. If they can get people to do this one thing, they aren't what they telling you they could do. Yeah, they aren't what they could tell us to do. Yeah. If the masses freaked out about a little respiratory disease, you think we can handle an entire new alien civilization? We are nowhere near ready. Everybody is stuck in their poopers. Yeah. There is somebody on the show that came here on Saturday night when I was doing that live stream, or Sunday night, something like that. And he was from the military, something like that. And somebody was telling us information about flying things in the sky and some alien stuff. But I told him I'm not panicking. Tell me everything you need to tell me. I understand, because he was concerned about that. And he was like, it's true, basically. So yeah, the key thing, I don't want people to have a panic. And yeah, and that's the thing. And they're tricked into manipulation coy. If they could get people to do this one thing, they aren't what they could do. People do anything else, And Scripture talks about people being sheep, and the sheep will, a sheep are not really the smartest things on earth, and yeah, they're gonna go and trick. They can be tricked easily. And may the Holy Spirit guide all of us, or whatever people believe in, if they don't believe in that, guide all of us with discernment to tell the difference between what is true, what isn't true. Because by God's grace, we're not deceived. All right. Or they said, if the masses freaked out, yeah, exactly. So yeah, people are just still in infancy, wise. Oh, he was high up in the military. Well, thankful for his service. Oh, you never met him? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. That's when the moon moves into the Earth's shadow in the day and the night, called a sun eclipse. Nighttime, the moon eclipse, or what other way around? Okay, so at the moon can have an eclipse, right? So it's going to only be the moon, like a red moon or something like that. So the moon will have an eclipse like that. But the other type of eclipse is when there's the sun and the moon, maybe sometimes an asteroid or a meteor, but usually the moon goes in front of the sun and it blocks the sun out. Those are two differences. Yeah, so that's how the moon eclipse works. All right, Indigo says this whole world of duality. Now, many people have experienced the Holy Spirit energy of awakening, etc. So it's opposite that the energy is being ramped up on the planet, latest being 5G. Right, exactly. And the 5G thing, that could potentially cause more hindrance to people. When they give us the ability to connect, and although I think it's good to connect people together, like with YouTube, we're using it for something valuable, but a lot of people may use it for something that's not really that good. So it may cause hindrance of spiritual signals, and they're more in tune with what they're doing, and not necessarily using it to get close to God. So that's another possibility. So a very good point, Indigo. Yeah, the false energy. Rather than the spirit's energy, they're going to give us false energy. Right. All right, Earthy says, actually, remote viewing and knowing that it's real can change the opinion, knowing that there are hidden knowledge beneath humans is so sad. Yeah, the knowledge they're keeping from us is really messed up. I do think that humans can't really handle it completely and will use it for something wrong. But I still think humans should have a right to have this other type of technology that they're not revealing to us. Yes, I agree with you, Indigo, definitely. All right. Yeah, I definitely think it should be something for adults. People want to do adult things. Yeah, definitely. And Sawgirl says, Angel came, my daughter, when she was 4-year old, and everything will be okay. And at 20, she had the DBL transplant. 19 years ago, she is arriving today. Well, Sawgirl, I am glad to hear about everything going well with her now. That's good to know. Because the dots will connect in the future, and things don't always make sense in the moment. But that is good to know. Earthy said, 100%, we can't handle it. We use very, very, very small portion of our brain. If we could unlock it, it would change atoms, manipulate time. Yeah, we basically would become these superheroes. Superhero powers. Definitely. Yeah, that's the Stargate, by the way. Hello, Fifi. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right, I wonder if they had been working on drug or people that extent. Right, and Ursar said, if not, why use it on the battlefield? Yeah, because they want to try to tap into something like I believe the Nazis were trying to do something too, where they want to give them a bunch of drugs and then send them out, and they're trying to tap into that part of the brain. For instance, now there is something called the Russian sleep experiment. Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah, definitely a very messed up case indeed, and yeah, I'm glad that you're checking that one out. Yeah, and I agree, Earth. It was very disturbing. Yeah. So there's something called the Russian sleep experiment where they took some German. So this is allegedly they took some German soldiers and they put them in these rooms to, and they put a certain gas in there to do an experiment on them. And yes, Saw Girl, yes, he was part of MK Ultra. That's true. Yeah, and they're trying to get to see about making them into people that will stay up all day, all night, all the time, to make them into zombies. So what happened was with in the sleep experiment, they they started acting crazy and nutty, and then they started eating each other, and they're eating their own flesh, and to the point where they looked unrecognizable. And the dude was like, "What's wrong with you people?" And they were angry. They didn't want to ever sleep. They want to keep on going, and they just looked like these emaciated things, and they just couldn't get in there and try to help them or save them or whatever. And they just went completely nuts. So that's the Russian sleep experiment. Yes. Yeah. It's a conspiracy theory. It's alleged, and so they made them into basically zombies. So they tapped into a part of their brain that made them stay up for weeks and weeks and days and months supernaturally, but it was done incorrectly to cause them to act like the way they did. Yeah. They were just trying to improve morale on the battlefield. This was like after World War II, or like right when they won it, something like that. Yeah, there you go, Mark. Proof of the dome, right? Right, and I don't really know a James, but hello there. Right, and let's see. Okay. Yeah, Ted was an example of somebody that was from one of the sleep experiments, and when when that happened, they the MK Ultra. So with MK Ultra, yeah, and there was actually no tech in my high school. All right, so maybe I remind you of someone else. Okay, and yeah. So anyway, soccer. So there was something called MK Ultra, which was this government program to try to. But anyway, nice for James to be here. Shout out to him. And what happened was they would go and do these brainwashing experiments on young people and people of different ages, and they would give them drugs, LSD, and mess their minds. Charles Manson allegedly did that. Thank you, mods. I appreciate it. And also what happened was you had this situation where they made them go crazy, right? And she said Charles Manson kind of may have been someone like this. They had a couple different people. Oh, Sawgirl, I definitely agree with you. Organized religion does the same thing, and a lot of people are absolutely nutty. Okay, they're crazy as shit, and they came from these organized religions. So I do believe that they did that. There was, like, for instance, you had the Byzantines, and then there was the Catholic Church too, and they were competing against each other. Then you had Islam come out of nowhere in the Middle East, and they were competing with the Byzantines and the other Christian things. So they all kind of like made up their own variations of their religion, right? So they can compete with the other person. And over time, all these different religions had these different additional things written for their own dogma that they all had. So yeah, it's just and people get indoctrinated and do all kinds of it messes with their minds, whatever. So I do believe that organized religion definitely is a similar type of thing. So during MK Ultra, they saw over and yes, he absolutely was. I agree, Chad. There was this situation where they would have this in Korea. They had our troops that portrayed the United States, and they kept on saying America sucks. Like they're in these Korean prison camps, and they're saying America sucks. And when they kept saying America sucks, eventually, over time, they were like, "Hey, how are these people brainwashing our soldiers to betray our country?" So they want to brainwash their own citizens, and MK Ultra was put there. So that's where Ted came from. All these different people. I wouldn't even be surprised if the serial deleters in the '70s and '80s were influenced by it too. All the things in the media at the time and all. And to now, it still exists with the phones and the look. We're using the technology correctly, right? But there's people that use it for just making the mind more dead. So it could certainly be a blessing or a curse. So that's what I definitely think about those things. Like, I think that, there's a point where they have a breaking point and they drove them to their breaking point. Mhm. Mark says, not sure about Mozart 5 years ago. No, 5 years old, writing music. Is that raining yellow again? Oh, Mark, the thing about him was he was a prodigy and he was very gifted with music. So he was able to he was taught about it, and think about it this way. Like, writing music back then was like writing playing a video game. Say like you have a whiz kid now that's 5 years old that plays some GTA or some COD or some type of video game, right? They do very well at it. So writing music was like playing a video game. So yeah, he was just very talented, and he was taught about it at a young age. I don't wouldn't really know how to write a piece of music with that type of equipment. I mean, I could use equipment, but to go and sit there and write something, it would be quite you know difficult to like probably learn off the bat. Now they say with languages, it's best to learn languages when they're very young, because when people are older, it's a little bit more difficult to learn languages. So that's why I think it's probably a similar concept. Like, some people, I think everyone's talented at something. Yeah, James, and you could definitely get a job at any time or be a YouTuber like me. It's up to you. Okay, anyway. And Earthy says, I've seen remote viewed in my life and tried once, and boom, I got instantly. And you see, everyone has their own talents and their own abilities. Everyone has a talent to something. Everyone does. And it is important for people to tap into whatever they're good at. Especially what they're passionate about too. If you're passionate about something and you really love to do something, that's another thing that you got to follow. Your heart and intuition. It somehow knows what you want to become. Right, right. Yeah, Mark. He definitely. If you see his interviews, he could be. Those could be entertaining to watch. Having a shower. Well, you see, the thing is, you could get a shower if you want to, or whatever you need to do. Right? It's like, well, thank you, mods. It's like these people that can't get a girlfriend or anything. They're just at their basement. I mean, it's a miserable life, I know, but there's other things you could do to overcome that. Anyway, and yeah. So anyway, before Manson did what he did, he was able to shot them right toodles. Before Manson did what he did, he was able to completely. He was good at music, and he was like trying to rise in that field. His music's on YouTube, by the way, that he wrote. It's still there, but yeah, he was trying to get into music, and he had a brief time with the Beach Boys, and then he got into the ranch and did the massacre. He did. But there's a picture of him like before and after, and like he looked totally different. Before he got into that stuff. Then afterwards, he's all like looking like that. Okay, Karn, is that English or not? Anyway, so that is the situation that occurred, and there's theories that he was in these boy homes all the time, and that MK Ultra was the thing that something like that existed and twisted his mind at some point. That's where they got all the drugs and stuff from. They got it from that time period. From MK Ultra that was trying to indoctrinate people to, brainwash them. Oh, yeah, so it's a lack of brain cells that they have. It's all good. Thank you, Sawgirl. Is the right, and yeah, so basically, in these situations, these drugs would show people these different dimensions that people usually wouldn't see. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely, Sawgirl. That's true. Yeah, it, an alien model triggers some people sometimes. Yeah, and yeah, no negative energies. We don't need that here. Yeah. But I'll also say the chat, brilliant geniuses in here talking about these great, important topics as well. It makes them upset too. And we got to keep doing what we're doing and thinking different as well. And Mark said, I've seen 3 Oldummer and he was good. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Into the Shadow Realm. There we go. The Shadow Realms. Yeah, so anyway, these drugs that these people will take. Yeah, Nana, I'm still at it. Yeah. I Yeah, people love that when I say into the Shadow Realm. Into the Shadow Realms. Sitting in a naughty chair facing the wall. Yeah. Yeah, so these people are doing these drugs, right? It's people could have good trips that are not bad, and people could have bad trips that are really bad. But basically, what it's doing is it's opening them up to these other dimensions where the aliens and extraterrestrials and those things allegedly are existing at. Like it's showing you things you weren't supposed to see. Right. And maybe I was part of a Russian sleep experiment where I'm able to stay up so late until the next day. Yeah. Thanks, Earthy Bro. And shout out to all of our mods and our regulars. Excellent. Yeah, and I will say though that there's lots of artwork and interesting experiments that have come with those things, like the different psychedelic artwork, and the people have had some sort of enlightenment from it too. So if someone has positive experiences from it, that's good. But a lot of times they'll show them some other realm they weren't supposed to see, and that's where it comes from. Ark said, "I'm into the experiments. No one will hire me, so I'm playing housewife for the time being." Oh, okay. Well, good luck with that. All right. Yeah. Scared. Scared. All right. So definitely, yeah. In these different dimensions that people will see, they like the bad trips. You know, people see all kinds of weird things, but as I said, people have good ones too. So they have good ones too. So I'm going to practice Alien. I'm most likely to be back on tonight. Have a good day, my dudes. Oh well, you too, fam. Have a good time with the the RV practicing, and see you later. Yeah. So I'm gonna explain the bad trips. Remember, people that do these type of drugs have also had good experiences with them. But I'm talking about this because of the portal that was open where some people experienced something wrong, where it went sideways. Right. All right. The bad trips was drug induced panic attacks or a temporary state of psychosis, most commonly associated with LSD or mushrooms. And the context of the Wondrous Book of Enoch will to discuss many modern readers' bad trips. Okay. So, one of the most famous cases of a bad trip who was discovered LSD himself, Albert Hoffman, during his second experiment in 1943. While his first trip, Bicycle Day, was pleasant, his second attempt, where he initially took a larger dose, turned into a classic bad trip. Loss of self. Hoffman reported that his surroundings became disoriented and terrifying. He felt his ego or sense of self was dis dissolving into another dimension, a feeling often called ego death. Visual deteriorations. He looked at his neighbor and insisted of a person saw a malevolent, insidious witch with a colored mask. Well, Rusty, you it looks like there's faith in you and faith in humanity that you figured out you're not a mod. Well done. We'll see if you can, if the sky is blue or not. I'll be your next test. Yeah, you are welcome. My pleasure. Demon feeling. Okay, there's the little SpongeBob picture. That was SpongeBob when he was at the Halloween thing, and he had a scary costume. And yeah, that was actually a really hilarious episode. By the way, cool profile pic. Okay, all right. And Sawgirl says, I tried acid when I was 14 many years ago. OMG, it was trippy enough to keep me from trying another drug. I did not like being out of control. Exactly, because the reason why is the LSD was originally like uh, invented and put there to like a brainwashing program by the government, and the bad trip you felt would have been part of a lab, kind of that Twilight Zone type of experiment, like a lab experiment from that show. That's like what it was. So what you experienced was that you opened yourself to another dimension that coexists with us, where the aliens and extraterrestrials and those like creatures and things exist. And we're not angels or gods, so we don't know what we're doing over there. It's like a kid given able to drive a big car. And what makes you think I am Polish? I think you're an Earthling, most likely. You're not an alien like me. All right, and so yeah, thank you, Sawgirl, for sharing your experience. Well, it looks like you need to keep practicing in your guessing game. Keep practicing. And Rusty said, Polish cat lover. Interesting. I didn't know there's a certain type of breed of cat that was Polish. I didn't know that. And why it happened. So a bad trip is usually triggered by a set of settings, your internal mindset, and your physical environment. Well, I'm obviously an alien from another planet. And tell me more about what these alleged ancestors you speak of. All right. So the fear of the infinite. Just as Enoch was terrified and trembling when he saw the flaming house of heaven, and bound watchers, a bad trip often involves seeing too much, the brain's filter is removed, and a user is flooded with more information than they can process. The time dilation. Much like the watchers being bound for 70 generations, a person on a bad trip can feel like a single minute. Fears last for centuries. So even Enoch, given by God's permission, was able to go into that realm that these drugs help you access usually, and he got overwhelmed too. Right. Now eventually Hoffman came down, and that happened. But yes, it's leading people to a different realm, a place where they were not supposed to see. All right. Yeah, Stale, have you heard of the Ethiopian Bible? Right. And oh, you like gardens too, Rusty? Oh, that's good. Right. And Son said alien is a polished being. Is that what you mean? And Rusty Alien is the best YouTuber on the planet. Oh, thank you, Saw Girl. I really appreciate that. Shout out to you, the greatest mods on the internet, and also Nana too. All right. Gomez. Oh, thank you, Indigo, for subbing to the channel. I appreciate it. We really like you here in the conversations we have. I appreciate it. All right. Oh, thank you, Nana. I appreciate that too. Thank you for the compliments, chat. The overdose. Gomez and a friend took multi drops of high potency liquid acid for just $3 a hit. The dosage was so high that the dealer reportedly refused payment and warned them they were going for an extreme experience. Hallucinations. Within a minute, Gomez felt like he was on another planet. He experienced intense, frightening visuals, sounds, and sensations that he described as most scary trip of his life. Hello, Archaea. Welcome to the stream. And duration, the trip lasted for 2 full days without sleep, and he continued a feel that effects for a total of 3 days. Facts, yes. And always nice to have you here. So there's the acid death plunge. In the late 60s and 70s, they were also dominated by a tragic story of Diane Linkletter, daughter of the TV host Art Linkster. My pleasure, Archaea. Yes. And incident in 1969, Diana fell to her deletion from a 6-story window in Los Angeles. The claim: her father publicly blamed the LSD flashback or a trip to her death, claiming that she had been murdered by the drug manufacturers. The reality toxicology tests later found that no LSD in her system at the time of her death. Despite this, the story became cornerstone of 1970s anti-drug propaganda, fueling the myth that LSD caused people to think they could fly. Oh, you remember that Saw Girl? Oh, yeah. And Indigo says your trip experience will be based on your energy, good or bad energy. You'll see. Okay, thank you. Understood. Yeah, but anyway, that is how these different drugs have people access these different dimensions. Okay, so Archaea, we were talking about how there's something called MK Ultra, and it was this government or government organization. Oh, hello, Joseph. Scared. That existed, and they used the psychedelic drug. I know it's like we're tripping in the morning. It's just it was a fine day to trip. Yeah, and there is these experiments that MK Ultra did by using drugs on people, and basically how they can these drugs have people access these different dimensions, and these different beings exist in these other dimensions. And sometimes people had bad trips from them, and people had negative experiences. Yeah, I'm being a real edgy alien or a real bold alien too by doing it so early. Right. And I've been streaming since the night before and all the way to now. So I don't know if I'm on a natural high and then I'm trying to get everyone else like me. So junked up like me. So Scared. Oh, Arceus says, I've never done it, but I got some cactus plant that makes you trip. Scared to do it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I never done it myself. But one time I've taken cold medicine before when I was like little, I had like sickness and I actually had some weird experience with it. So, I had like a small tiny experience technically because of the cold medicine by mistake, but not mistake, but just it was something I didn't expect it. And like I was like at halfway in a sleep state, and I was kind of tripping a little bit. But or it felt like real surreal. Like especially like I don't know, it goes like winter time, and I watch horror movies, like the old horror movies. It feel really intense. Like it would feel really intense, and or like I'm about to go to sleep and have a dream, and it feels kind of real. Yeah, 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 tripping on that. Yeah, on syrups. Yeah, and Sargo says, "Life flower, experience on the acid scared me. I've had been older. I might have appreciated it more, but it really scared me. Scared. My pa is elite now, or dead now, deceased now, and he sold the most dope back in the day. Oh, scared. And that was from an anonymous user. It was from an anonymous user. All right. And Mark said, told my friend I talked to radio, and he said, what about? And I said, the ocean, and turned the radio to talk back to a lady and said, can I tell you a poem? He said, yes. And it was like called, and she said, the ocean 16 on acid. There it is. All right. So MK Ultra's bad trips. All right. So the CIA covert mind control program, which officially ran from 1953 to 1973, involved over 150 human experiments, many using unsuspecting civilians. The Frank Olson mystery, 1953. Scientist Frank Olson was unknowingly dosed with LSD at a CIA retreat. He subsequently suffered from severe paranoia and breakdown, ultimately plunging to his death from a 13-foot floor hotel window. Hello, overall. Well, mind control is used for all kinds of things. What do you use it for? You know, it depends. When, I'm starting to say scared, I might make everyone else scared. And what? Repeat that, alien. Okay, so, yeah, I'll repeat the story again about Frank Olson. I'll say it in a moment. I'll repeat it in a moment. So I'll repeat it. And Archaea says MK Ultra is horrible, so sad. The victim suffered a lot. A Hollywood under it, yeah. Use it to keep the consciousness trapped into lower cycles. Okay, so I'll repeat it. Okay, so Frank Olson mystery in 1953. Scientist Frank Olson was unknowingly dosed with LSD at a CIA retreat. He subsequently suffered from severe paranoia and a nervous breakdown, ultimately plunging to his death from a 13-foot floor in New York hotel window. While officially a suicide or self deletion, his family long suspected he was murdered to prevent him from revealing bioweapon secrets. Yeah, and Archaea said they use it for the consciousness trap into lower cycles. All right. Mind control is easy, shaming, demonizing association, gaslighting, reduction identity, army uniform. Yeah, absolutely overall. That is very well said. Mhm. Yeah, like Ted Kaczynski. Yes, just like him. And overall, is this demoralization, division? It's all the same thing. Stripping the identity away. Definitely agree with you on that. Yes, exactly. And there's a Twilight Zone episode about this dude that was going crazy, that was had to keep on having a nightmare, and he eventually jumped out of a window and fell to his death. And yeah, it happened because that's probably what that was based off of. Yeah, demoralization, like what Yuri Bezmenov talked about. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, the 13th floor. Yeah, scientist Frank Olson was unknowingly dosed with LSD at a CIA retreat. He subsequently suffered from a severe paranoia and a nervous breakdown, ultimately plunging to his death from the 13th floor New York hotel window. While officially a suicide, his family long suspected he was murdered to prevent him from revealing bioweapon secrets. All right, so Operation Midnight Climax. The CIA set up a safe houses in San Francisco. In New York, lots of celebs around the world falling off the balconies. I recognize it as a thing now. Exactly. Yeah, I believe it's family. And chat, they see the elites do the same. Shout to Bubbles. Shout to Bubbles. The elites are doing the same thing they always did throughout time. Like they're always going to go and do stuff like this and throw people off balconies and same thing. Like Jim Carrey. Like the Jim Carrey doesn't look anything like the Jim Carrey from the past. So there's a theory that he was replaced. So it seems like something these people do all kinds of fishy stuff in Hollywood. Yes, it's a Bubbles the cat. He's a happy white cat, but he's pretty bossy too. You know, and he can speak French fluently. Didn't anyone say that? Like, whoa, I didn't know that. Yeah, there's no record of him ever speaking French fluently, ever. Nope. So that is another red flag. Artea says we don't make 13th floor now. It goes straight from 12th to 14th in all the buildings. I've seen it near Atlanta. China doesn't use certain as well numbers as well, but it's not 13. I think it's 5 or something. Well, yeah, and over in Canada, definitely. I'm part Canadian. One of my ancestors and my great grandfather was Canadian, but he went to London and he fought in World War One. My great grandfather, technically. Anyway, so exactly, Archaea, definitely. And did you get my radio story, my friend? It was scared. Yeah, Mark, I got your story and I read it out loud. It definitely was scared. Indeed, indeed. You know, all right. Well, thank you overall. I appreciate that insight. It's just that he was never. There's inconsistencies about him with the French language because they were saying he was rehearsing it for a couple of months, but if he had already have known it, like what you're saying, he wouldn't need to rehearse it in French. And at some point in his career, he would have probably said something in French. It doesn't mean that, if anything, what you're saying, you're trying to confirm that it would be him. But either way, they were trying to mimic him as much as possible. So it still doesn't, it still wasn't him at all because of the way his face looked. Okay, there was no way that was him, in my opinion. But still, that I don't think that he ever spoke French before or knows French, but if it was true, it was to make it look like it was him. But yeah, he never spoke French before, though. That's something we could both agree on, I think. He never spoke it before, even if he knew it. So for them to use that card is a little bit odd. Yeah, and overall, we both can agree that that the faces can change over time. But the thing is, in my opinion, my opine, is that he looked extremely unrecognizable from what he usually looked like, because he's already have gotten older, and the only conclusion would be that he got plastic surgery, and he would never get plastic surgery. So, and he has another thing is that besides him, people getting older, their face is changing. I agree with you with that 100% completely. But the thing is that he has not come out himself and said that it's really him. So people are a little bit concerned or wondering why he himself has not come out and said something about it. So there's just some questions and some suspicions about this thing, and he has talked about the elites, and he has talked about conspiracy theories, and he even claimed if his face changed or if he had plastic surgery, it wasn't really him, and that he had a body double. He's talked about a body double before, and he has talked about that, and also the possibility of him being replaced, been taken out the picture. So he has alluded to that before. So there's a lot of red flags. Doesn't mean it isn't him, but there are a lot of red flags. I know, but he said he would never get facial surgery. I agree with you. I agree with you. And maybe it was him getting plastic surgery, but he said that he would never get it, though, and that it was a sign that it wasn't really him if he saw someone with plastic surgery. Unless it's a big skit he's doing, unless if it is something he's doing as a skit, it doesn't seem like something that he was going to do. So, yeah, I just still don't think that's really him. But if it is, it certainly did a good job at us wondering about where he is. Yeah, but I would definitely like to see at some point. I know, but when you see what he looked like just previously, it just doesn't really add up to like how he would look. Like the person looks much much younger than Jim Carrey. But very good points overall. Appreciate it. And you can keep on saying your opinion about it. It's all good. And Mark said, tips are good when you're with me. I turned into Marilyn Manson, joined the friendship R. I know overall, but the thing is that either he had plastic surgery, either he spoke French before, he knew it. It was all kinds of things all over the place, and there's so many things that it could be. It just really makes me suspicious about what's really going on with him. Exactly. There's just all kinds of stuff it can be. I agree. Bloating, inflammation, sunburns, loss of college, nutrition deficiencies. He really definitely has a lot of issues all of a sudden out of nowhere. And I think that is very odd. But whatever is happening with him, I hope if he's still alive, I hope that he's doing okay. Yes, I agree. Look artificial. And very good points, by the way, overall. Thank you. And Inigo says, unless Jimmy didn't know he was under the MK, he would be made into never remember. Yeah, that's also possible too. And Zoro will say, look artificial. Okay. Thank you for your take. That's what I think too. All right. And let's see. There's another situation that happened, by the way. Operation Midnight Climax. The CIA set up safe houses in San Francisco and New York where government employees, prostitutes lured men from bars, agents watched through two-way mirrors while repeatedly swilling mar- martinis, as unsuspecting Johns were dosed with with LSD and see how his affected their behavior. The 174-day dosage of the most extreme case is Kentucky hospital patient was reportedly given LSD every single 174 days straight. The experiment caused permanent cognitive damage. Yeah, Mark said that Jim Carrey is from Sirius, seriously. Saw I completely agree with you. Both are the funniest ever. Definitely. Psyche driving Montreal. Montreal. At the Alien Memorial Institute. At the Allen Memorial Institute, patients seeking help from minor issues were subjected to high voltage electric shock and psychic driving, looping tap messages up to 50,000 times while drugged in comas. All right. Yeah, I mean, Jim Carrey certainly was and is a pro at what he does, and Chris Rock too. It's like they, especially the movies that they did that they're famous for, were so good, and everything now. I think comedy has faded out in some ways, but it's not like how it used to be. But definitely back in that time, they did very good. With they're able to say what they want to say and get to the point. Yeah. Ah, Mask like C-19. Yeah. Well, that was a very good movie, The Mask. One time I was in a school play and I played his character. By the way, the Mask character. I did it. I did very well with it too. Yeah. So, yeah, The Mask was excellent. The Bunny Man. Okay, this is a 1970s urban legends. All right. While the CIA was conducting real experiments, the public was obsessed with eerie tales of the unknown. The Bunny Man of 1970. This legend originated in Fairfax County, Virginia, after reports of a man in a rabbit suit attacking people with an axe is quickly evolved into. All right. And Let's see. Let's see what Bro says. Overall, says a spirit of the nation has always been burdened on the handful of shoulders. Jim was one. Nobody carries the weight anymore. Overall, I agree with you. Very well said. Thank you. Um, a very good take. And Sorrel said, by the way, Alien, thank you for finding information on the plane crash in Santa Fe, New Mexico for me yesterday. I panicked when my mother told me she said she's sorry about that. Well, Sawgirl, it is perfectly fine. I want to do everything I can to get you the information that you request and make sure to stream everything is perfect for all of you. And I'm curious about it too. Around last year, I covered a plane crash, and that was during when a lot of people from Trial Chat were coming over to the spaceship. So it was a little bit of a nostalgic thing because I would cover things like that. A plane crash is messed up, but uh, I used to cover things like that. You know, last year. So uh, it was interesting. Nice little old fashioned evening news recap. Like the Friday live streams. And I even called it a Friday live stream. And it was my pleasure to tell you about that. And I was concerned too about that. What was going on with that as well. All right, so there was the Bunny Man of 1970. This legend in Fairfax County, Virginia, after reports of a man in a rabbit suit attacking people with an axe. It quickly evolved into a haunting tale of a spectral bunny man lurking near the Colchester overpass. The skunk ape. Well, we've talked about the skunk ape before. The sightings exploded in Florida Everglades during the 70s. This 7 foot tall, foul smelling cousin of Bigfoot was a staple of the region's lore in driven documentaries. All right, Sawgirl said CSI had an episode about a man in a bunny suit chilling people, and I remember that. So that's probably where they got the storyline from. Yep, yeah, they got it from what I just talked about. Yeah, the Hookman, the vanishing hitchhiker, the classic tropes that hit their peak in the 1970s. Teenage culture, the peak of the 1970s teenage culture. These stories often served as cautionary tales for generations experiencing more freedom and car culture. The the acid of death myths, following the real life trauma during the drug culture myths, like the Blue Star tattoo, claims that LSD laced temporary were being given to kids began to circulate, reflecting a panicked public fear of the era substance. Scared. All right, so we're going to get into some declassified details right now. All right, declassified details from the 70s, subsequent Freedom Information Act released chilling about the CIA's MK Ultra subproject, specifically Operation Midnight Climax. This operation was CIA's attempt to systemize the use of 6 drugs for interrogation. The safe houses by locations, including lavishly decorated apartments at 225C Chestnut Street in San Francisco, and the site of in Mill County, California, and in New York City. Used to love horror movies, but gave it up when I learned where the attention goes, energy flows. Okay, understood. Understood, Indigo. Now, yeah, I think whatever works best for you is fine to do. Now, my philosophy, like, I think that, like, I can watch different movies and stuff that might be horror. I always like those type of horror movies, but I personally like don't let it within because you could like a ship could go on water without it letting it the water seep in, and like my philosophy is like kind of like there's no light without dark, and completely rejecting the other side would actually it has to be a balance between both. But definitely there are negative things that people maybe shouldn't see. So thank you for your take on that. And I is a lot of times I look at true crime and stuff, and I'm doing fine. I have the gardens, the positive gardens, and I have that. I have everything to balance everything out. But that's just my personal philosophy, because I'm an alien from some alien philosophy. But yeah, it is very true where your energy attention go where your attention goes, energy flows. Yeah, it'll flow to it like a stream of water. Mhm. And remember the Kamala and her hearing and her earrings. They were speakers to Obama. Could blah blah. Oh yeah, I heard about that, Mark. I heard about that. Scared. All right, techniques and monitoring. Prostitutes were paid $100 per subject to lure Johns to safe house. So chat, they called them Johns. Right. Agents agents watched and filmed from behind two-way mirrors, often drinking martinis and taking notes. Oh, thank you, Lori. Indigo says, I have a tendency to sit in energy longer than I should, feeling it out. Oh, understood, Indigo. Yeah. And you have it has a talent and a gift in a way. And you're able to have a higher frequency than most people. And something that I was helping me was that we can't always control what happens to us, but a reaction to it. It's like if you have a faucet and you turn it on and water goes everywhere. We could I have had to on my own to to fluctuate the how the faucet, but how the faucet goes and what extremes. Because there are these different people that would go through things and whatever is surrounding you and happening, you're completely unaffected because the inside is peaceful. Because I think there's like times where people would try to completely exterminate the negative side, but the negative could be immersed in negativity. But you're just in this cocoon of inner peace. For instance, say like there's your thoughts and what's going on around you is the sky, right? And these negative things, like negative movies and stuff, which I'm not recommending you look at if you don't want to look at them. But if you see something like that, they're thoughts of the like clouds. You don't have to grab onto the cloud thought. You can just watch it pass by. It's like watching it pass by and keeping your inner peace. It's very all this is extremely difficult to do, but this is something I think that makes sense to me. if it was applied in practice. So that's just something an interesting concept of like say if it's raining, right? You want to go run in the rain, but you're gonna get wet if you run, you're gonna still get wet. So like I sometimes will walk in the rain, you're just gonna get wet either way. It's kind of like the inside is different than what's going on outside. But as I said, do what absorb the positives that you need to absorb, and do what's best for your inner peace. Right. And Sargo says, I find it harder to watch movies about children being abused than horror films. Personally, experience child sexual abuse is the worst. Oh, Sargo, I completely agree with you, especially with the. Oh, thank you, Indigo. Appreciate it. And yeah, Saw Girl, I agree with you that they're the worst creatures on this planet. They're vermin. You know, that do that to children, especially with the Tanner trial, is disgusting. What happened to her, and that's why I don't like the. I'm glad that Epstein was exposed. These creepy people, doing that. It has to be some really, really serious, like, really demonic stuff right there. And it's like the most evil. I think the most evil thing you could do on this earth. And Mark said that Jim Carrey carry on seems to be Yellow Rain again. My new saying. Oh yeah, yeah, I understand. Yeah, Yellow Rain. Yeah, scared. Right, and wire testing agents eventually explained beyond safe house reportedly dosing. Oh wait, let's see. Okay, agents reportedly dosing unwitting civilians in restaurants, bars, and even beaches. Harassment and substance, and more isolated sites like Marine County, agents tested harassment tools, including a mechanical launcher for stink bombs, itching powders, and diarrhea, including chemicals. Well, Afifi, when you watch more of the trial, when you see some more scenes of it, it's quite clear that that's what he did. But his motive was, sadistic and also probably sexual things too. Yeah, as the it is pretty graphic as the trial goes on. There's all kinds of real messed up scenes in there. So that was just his motive, just like say a lion, like a predator in the jungle. He said no. Well, I understand I understand that, but it's the evidence has come out that he did that too. And if there wasn't any sexual things, it was just a sadistic. Yes, yes, it was a sadistic murder. Like he just got a thrill out of deleting somebody. The bleeding her. So either way, it's either a sadistic, thrill he got. You know, yeah, it just there's a parts there of the camera inside the. I'll tell you in a moment, about this, but yeah, there's some camera footage that was showing that what was going on inside there, and it was extremely. They couldn't show it all in the trial. Right. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah, maybe it's day 7. I'm not too sure which day because it was yesterday that it happened. So if yesterday is day 7, that's when it was. But yeah, and you're welcome, Fifi. My pleasure. Yes. Yeah, facts. Facts. And let's do this here. All right. So universities. All right. So Sargo says, look up Robbie Romero. Daughter was friends with sister Epstein's ranch, and not far for Robbie disappeared. Thank you, Fifi. I appreciate that. Yes, there you go. That's what I am. All right, so look up Robbie Romero. Daughter was friends with sister and was Epstein's ranch and far from where Robbie disappeared. Robbie's disappearance is odd considering the culture in Santa Fe. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, we'll look it up right now. Well, that is very unfortunate. What happened? Okay. All right. People think that I'm like crazy, but honestly, culture in Santa Fe doesn't add up in disappearances. Although the family was implicated, I never believed it. Yeah, exactly. And that ranch was over there. You know, there's also a ranch in that region of the country. So definitely, the Zorro Ranch is the one in New Mexico. Okay, let's see this. Now we're going to do this part. Okay, anyway, so disappearance of Robbie Ramiro from Santa Fe, Mexico on June 7, 2000 remains one of the state's most enduring unsolved cold cases. Although body was never found, investigators have classified the case as a homicide. Robbie vanished while walking home a friend's house in a trip on about 3 blocks. His family searched several hours before reporting missing. Early investigation efforts included the searches of local landfills and family's backyard, but no physical evidence was ever recovered. Ronnie Romero, Robbie's older brother, was officially person of interest in the case. A week after the disappearance, a 911 call claimed Ronnie had confessed to doing the murder. But of course, it's not really confirmed, who really did it. Conflicting stories. Ronnie reportedly failed multiple polygraph tests and once told police that his brother was buried 60 feet deep, leading to a research of a previously cleared landfill that, again, yielded nothing. He also once blamed his girlfriend for the death and claimed she denied and police found unworkable. Ronnie's death. Ronnie's death. Ronnie died of in jail a 2008 while serving time for unrelated charges, effectively ending the chance for further information from the primary suspect. Yeah, so and very close to where like Epstein's ranch was. And Sargo said that is not true. I know the family. I know the culture there. People that area do not delete their children. It's a huge family of 8 kids. Where is the where is the secret contained? I know. It's like, and this is just, and look, this is the mainstream narrative that they put out. It's not really reality. So it's based off of different what news articles said about it. And as Sawgirl says, according to the culture and the family, this did not happen like this. And I believe that the secret is it's very possible that he could have been a trafficked victim from Epstein. That is something that I think is likely because it's by the ranch. You know, there's lots of missing kids were probably from his thing he was doing. So yeah, it's just remember Saw Girl. They try to make up lies to frame the family or somebody else, so people don't know the real truth of what really happened. So that's how you can know Saw Girl is confirmation about that it's not true that the family had anything to do with it. That it was them, the Epstein people or whatever. So yeah, it just seems like more of a cover up. So definitely is unsolved. And yeah, I believe you. In the way the culture is, the family is, they wouldn't do that. Sawgirl says, "That's why I thought the moment I found out Epstein had a ranch there. Kids do not go missing in Santa Fe, New Mexico, not like Robbie Romero did. It was easier for them to blame the brother." Yeah. Oh, remember this, Sawgirl? I did a stream, like a 2 hour stream of going down the rabbit hole of Zorro Ranch. So I learned a lot about it, and I've done so much research on Epstein. I've done so much on the Epstein case. So with Epstein, it is he had this ranch and he had control over the government, over the police and the officials. He had everyone bought out. And he had that ranch there and nobody did anything. So no, all the law enforcement, everything was bought out. Okay? He had control over everything. And the politicians too. So, you know, the reason why they didn't go after the real people is because the people in charge were the real people that were responsible for it. So the reason why they framed the family was because Epstein had them all under his thumb. You know, he was the one that did that. And there's Mark said, when Biden fell 3 times walking up the plane, that was for our boy Jim Carrey. Hilarious. And so Mark's very funny. So yes, all girls. So basically, what happened was you had that situation occur. So he had everybody bought out, just like what Pablo Escobar did. Pablo Escobar had Colombia, that dude had police, he had the politicians, and bro was going to be put in prison. So this man bought himself a mansion in the middle of the jungle somewhere. And he was in the middle of the jungle somewhere, right? And this man had a mansion, he had a flat screen TV, if that even existed in that time period, and he had everything like you could have in a nice house. So, but he was in prison there. So this man made his own prison. So that's what Epstein did. He bought out everybody, and he did the same thing like the drug lords do. You know, it's lead or silver. And so that's what they did to police there, to everybody. So when the police are bought out and the politicians are bought out, with everybody's bought out, you're pretty much after that point. But there's God and justice and perseverance that will have justice in the long term. Right. So that's why Epstein, he had cameras underground. He had cameras above ground. That place was like the most secure place on earth. Epstein had. It was. He had everything there. I've seen pictures of the Zorro Ranch place. He had everything like perfect, and there was lots of bad things that are happening there, and law enforcement did nothing because they were bought by him. So yeah, it's just that's. So I believe that he had that kid kidnapped and did those evil things. Right. That is true overall. Yes, very very well said. Where uh, Pablo Escobar he loved hippos. I love hippos too. I watch shorts of hippos all the time. So I agree, Saw Girl. They need to look for that on the ranch. Absolutely. Yes, Mark. Yeah, that's true too. So yeah, with Pablo Escobar, he had this thing for hippos, and he had hippos smuggled to South America, and then we watch as hippos, all over South America now, breeding everywhere because he put them there because he had his own private zoo, and when he was deleted and his whole empire was split up in a million pieces, they just kind of just went all over the place. And Pablo Escobar had so much money, it would get eaten by rats on a regular basis, and he would run out of rubber bands. That dude, like, they're still finding his money now. It's like, you know, all over the place. And I agree they need to look for the body in the ranch. I agree. Scared. Sorrow says, I love watching nature shows about hippopotamus. They look age, but I think they're actually kind of dangerous, but they're so beautiful. Yes, they will be in South America. That'll be their new home. Absolutely, because they're there now. Yeah, Soul says, yeah, I think that they're absolutely beautiful, and they're probably dangerous too. But seeing a hippopotamus eat some pumpkin is just the greatest SMR ever. Okay, like for instance, like this right here. That's a hippo eating himself a pumpkin. Yeah, that is just so cool to look at. Greetings, Falcon. Welcome to the stream. Mark says when you see a picture of GC, what's it called? JC carrying the cross, not Jim. The cross is a 33-degree angle. Yes, yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, all the progeny in the male deer, and release them now. They're everywhere. Yeah. In the 1950s, some of the important American white-tailed deer are here in Finland. Oh, that's cool. And by the way, shout out to Finland. Shout out to Finland. Um, and that's good to know. That's good to know. Yes. All pony and male deer. Yes. Yeah, I mean, that is something interesting. Let's see. White-tailed deer in Finland. Let's see. Funland. All right. Funland is home to only free range population of white-tailed deer in Europe, with a current population estimated to be 109,000 individuals. Despite being one of Funland's most significant game animals, they are non-native species, often nicknamed. Yes, you have fins. Oh, that's cool, Falcon. I've been here the whole time since last night. Finland's significant animal, non-native species, often nicknamed Virginia deer, because they are descendants of just a few animals brought over in Minnesota in the 1930s. Oh, that's very cool overall. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I wonder that too, Mark. That's something we're gonna have to go find out. All right, history of gift from the immigrants. So, 1934 arrival, 7 fawns, 3 bucks, and 4 does were shipped by train and steamed from Virginia, Minnesota. Only 1 buck, 4 does survived the 4-week journey. The Lacoyo estate. They were released into enclosure of Lacoyo Manor in southwest Funland. Expansion 1938. Some escaped, and the rest were released into the wild. A second shipment of 6 fawns was found over 1948 and helped diversify the narrow genetic pool. Concentration. The densest populations are found in southwestern Finland. Oh, the red and yellow are very psychological. They stand out to you, and it kind of like is a big shock to the mind. Yeah. Rapid growth. The population quadrupled in the last 20 years. In the early 60s, there were only 1,000 deer. Now today, they're the most special deer in the country. Avoided by hunters, they can damage crops, garden plants, and protected oaks and traffic hazards. Okay, now let's see about McDonald's. Let's see. Mark 6, it looks like Big Boob's Big M turned on side of the 13th letter. Hilarious, Mark. Yeah, there you go. And red is the color of blood, and ripe fruit, that's what distracts focus easily. Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely some psychological marketing right there. And also, what Mark says probably has a subliminal incorporation in it too. Yeah. Okay. Yellow is sun god. I mean, sun god. Yeah, it definitely could be a tongue twister. Overall said, I once heard that statistically boxers with red pants and gloves wins more often than a boxer with blue gloves. Something psychological there. Yeah, and the red catches the eye, and the blue is more calm. Yeah, red is passion, blue is peace. Yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you, Sagro. Thank you. And I've done this for a couple of years now, I remember I used to do the late night live streams with the originals, and I'd stay on the computer and read articles sometimes for hours. I have callers call in and stuff, and I can still do that now, but yeah, and I'm doing it for a while. Well, you see, Sawgirl, this is what I think. Where, yeah, correct, Indigo. So, Sawgirl, there's something where uh, I think about, somebody really wants something, they'll get it. I guess if those that uh, who can and can't both correct. And I think about all of you, and I think about stream, and it's like I tell you, I'm not like I'll feel like, especially like towards the night part when we're about to come to the morning, I really will feel it. All right, I'll really feel it, but I choose to keep going. I just and also I do it for y'all too. Y'all have a cool stream as well, and to keep the conversation going. Yeah, so even if I feel like that, I'm not gonna get knocked out. I'm just gonna keep fighting. That's like my mentality. Just to keep on, and then eventually I just get like a second wind, and I just come back up. So yeah, because even if somebody's tired or something, sometimes you have to do what you got to do. You're welcome. And overall says blue boxer is passivated, but the association, the red boxer is aggravated. Interesting. I love you too, Sawgirl. I appreciate it, and all of you. Exactly, Mark. And they definitely do that. They worship everything that's messed up. Like if there's, and I like to show, I'm just, you know, an alien, and no one in the galaxy is perfect, but I like to do what I can to show as much, like, like I don't want to be like somebody just goes and falls, and, you know, like I want to be like, superhuman, the, a super alien, where I don't want to go down. I want to keep on going. As I said, I have no coffee or anything. I'm just going by sheer will. And overall says Latin word for sun is aerium. The same word for gold, au leoric table. So for the Romans, sun was the color of gold. Interesting. It would be very cold indeed. Absolutely. Yeah, we would starve. Yeah, we would just completely be dead. Yeah, if the sun went away. All right, the color of red evolved to link dominance and aggression. The wearer conflict. The fighters wearing the red often report feeling more assertive and dominant, and which can lead to higher T levels and increased physical exertion. The Son of God. Yeah. Now, in Hebrew, it's a different word than son. That's how we translate it in our Greek and European languages. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, the Son of God. Yes, you've heard that somewhere before from a famous religion. But yes, in Hebrew, it's called something different. It's different words. But yeah, and it's scared. Now, psychological edge. The color red is evolutionary linked to dominant, and the opposition. Yes, exactly. You can put it well. Right. Opponent intimidation. Seeing red can trigger a subconscious fear in response in opponents, potentially causing them to hesitate or make more mistakes. Sargo says, "You know what I like about Alien? The fact that you're not like telling people to donate to your channel. And I have seen so many YouTubers begging money. we seen I have seen so many YouTubers begging for money. We should be able to donate according to our abilities and financial means." Well, that is very, very sweet of you to say, Saw Girl. And yeah, I want to focus on especially I don't run ads in the live streams or anything because I looked up to people that were had these very big companies and were successful, in whatever they did. And I learned what I could from those people because I wanted to imply that. Yeah, I'll see no hate on any other content creators because there's a lot of, way more, subs than I do. Although I'm just kind of starting out. But yeah, so you have people that they'll have it on the screen, right? And it'll say donate here, donate here, donate here. And they'll want the super chats and they'll put all their links right there so people can see where to donate to them at. In my entire history, I never asked for anything. People actually would come to me and say they want to donate, so then I give them information. And like I'll say, like I wasn't even going to be a streamer. I was going to make videos, but people want me to go live, so I went live. And with the trial chat group and all, we started doing a lot of live streams about trials, and here we are monetized. Yeah, no one ever I never asked for anything because I like the philosophy of that. Going to bed at night, it doesn't matter uh, all that about what money you make or anything like that. As long as you made something wonderful, that's all that matters. Because like being the richest man in the graveyard doesn't matter, you know, because it's about creating something wonderful. So I want to focus on just making the best thing that can be made, and that's really what matters at the end of the day. And when you have that kind of mentality, that's what you do. And I also ask myself, if it's the last day of my life, what would I do? And it's like I think about that all the time, and I just take all these crazy risks and stuff, and I don't even ask for anything because I just want the product to be good for y'all to use, be excellent. That's why with the internet and all these different things, I try to make sure everything is working properly. And you know, if you think about this, I have people all over the world watching me right now, and I've been on different shows, and nearly I have people on different channels all over the world that know about me. That's what I mean. Imagine going up to telling people I know or knew that I have people all over the world watching me. Like that's matters more to me than anything. That I was able to help these people and make a cool content and stuff. Yeah. So that's really you have to people put the cart before the horse. So they want the money, but the thing about having the money, it's the other way around. Oh, okay, understood, so girl. Yes. And Sawgirl says also notice that on other channels that beg for money, Jay don't answer your messages unless you like a donor, a super chat, whenever, and I respect that they're trying. Right, okay, understood what the correct. Yeah, it's just if you give them a super chat, they'll say something. It just you know, it doesn't really like as I said, it's better to just make a thing that works that people like to go here because one way you got to view it is like, what's the user experience going to be like? If I was you all, what would I want a YouTube streamer to do? And that's how I think. Like, how would I want it to be? Watching it. You know, that's why like I will be very ruthless about it and making sure that the channel goes where I want to go because there's people throughout time that thought that the channel would go the way they want to go, and then the people go, oh, alien spaceship, he's acting up, but that I don't act up. It's just that people like over time have wanted the channel to be a certain way, and I want it to be the way I want it to be, and people have had different good advice along the way. I respect, but in the end, I mean, the alien spaceship idea is here. Like all of y'all being mods and being in the chat, like, oh yeah, all of that was because I fought people for this to be the way it is. And yeah, here we are. So you got to follow your heart and intuition. Oh, thanks. So, and always trusting that the dots will connect in the future somehow. Because I've had falling outs with different people that I've known and throughout time. And now we have Falcon. We have this whole group of people we've gotten from the phone lives. It's gotten like over like hundreds of subs have come here since the phone lives. They average about 1,000, 2,000 views usually. That's crazy. So yeah, it's those are really bringing people in. So and also we have the people originals from like the other channels that came here. So yeah, that's just what I think about this is that you have to have you know everything's gonna make sense later, and these people came. We have Falcon, we have a Mark, we have all these different, and also Australia, New Zealand. That's really cool. I like that part of the world. I went a long way. I went over there, and also Hawaii. We got some different islands. He's like, imagine like a story to tell. It's like staying up until 3 in the morning with people over, and that other part of the world talking about UAPs and stuff. Most people just got drunk or somewhere, or they, nothing wrong with drinking. I'm just saying, like people my age would say, or they went to work and they were bored. I mean, I have a unique story to tell, so a lot of it's also just a story. Like it doesn't matter like what happens to you, but you have a story to tell. Like that's just the cool thing about it. Like you could tell a story about what happened to you. You know, it's like being on an adventure somewhere, but in the cyber realm. Salvador says, because it's just sincere, and all those other YouTubers, all they want is money. JRL particularly. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, JRL. Yeah, exactly. And you know the the thing is like I do a lot of stuff where, hello, master, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's just they want to read super chats or they want donations. Oh, they also talk about their merch all the time too. I have merch. I have Alien Spaceship merch, and people have bought it before, but I'm so focused on doing this stuff for y'all, I don't even really think about it. But yeah, I have merch too. And also about the membership thing is that that's something that was requested, and since it was requested, I did it. I put it out there, and it's only 99 cents. And but by doing that, it's the cheapest membership on YouTube. Oh yeah, thank you, Sawgirl. Yeah, so a periodic table has lots of symbolism. Oh yeah, it has lots of symbolism on it, definitely. Absolutely. And Sawgirl, I really enjoyed being like outside in the morning time and it becomes daylight. That was just so beautiful to see. And I like seeing the tweeting birds. And I remember the first time it happened, and I was like getting a little bit dizzy, but I was not dizzy or anything. But I was like, whoa, that's kind of the sun is about to come up, and it's turning twilight. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. I never stayed out like this before. And over time, we showed, you know, and we captured the birds, and they were just tweet, 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 right in front of us. That was really cool. It was a really good shot, and glad to help. It's like, people got that will always ask for money and stuff on YouTube. It's like you make money by solving other people's problems. Like, you don't. It's just so yeah. That's why I don't ask for it because I'm so focused on doing the content. I don't really think about asking for money. Like it just, I would feel a little bit like, I don't want to look like a beggar on the street somewhere. Like, there's all kinds of ways to make money. There's all kinds of jobs people can get, right? I mean, it's like, YouTube is cool, but it's cool to make money from it, but there's all kinds of other things to do too. Like, so this is my philosophy about things, about channel stuff works. Yes, yes, tweet, 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 totally da, totally d, yeah, yeah, tweeting, and also the pigeon noise. There you go. So I did the tweeting for y'all. Yeah, I played it once a while back. Yeah, it's a good game. Yeah, I mean, it's really important to have, you know, to do something that you're passionate about and a desire for it, and everything will make sense as over time. Right. Now, yeah. So just anyway, a recap is that yeah, when you don't feel like doing something, you do it anyway. If you feel tired, you're not going to go down because you don't want to go down. It's like you have to have like a sheer will to just keep going, and that's how it works. And there's historical data, the 2004 Olympic study, famous study published in Nature journal, analyzed that 2004 Athens Olympics where colors were assigned randomly. High win rates in four combat sports: unboxing, uh, taekwondo, and two types of wrestling. Athletes in red won 55% of all matches, and decisive in bouts and matches where competitors were eventually matched in skill. Red clad fighters won 62% of the time. All right, practical and historical reasons. Hiding damage. Historically, red was chosen for boxing gear because it hides blood stains. This made the sport appear violent for earlier visions audiences and prevalent on opponent from clearly seeing how much the fighter was bleeding. Traditional ranking. Traditionally, red corner is often reserved for higher ranking fighters defending championship, creating an association with victory before the bell even rings. So yeah, that's the psychology of the gloves. All right, see the red boxing gloves. Yeah, that's true. The royalty gets purple. Right. Hilarious. Hilarious. All right, this is the blue ones. Okay, so yeah, that is the blue one. And let's see right here. Yeah, boxing gloves. That is a boxing bag. And that's another one. Pretty cool. Scared. And that's how people do their training and stuff with the boxing. Yeah, I mean, so that's basically the psychology of the colors. It will make you think different things and shine out in different ways, or not shine out. And that's the red one. I want one of your hats. Arr, yes, yes, definitely. Oh, you like pink? Okay, nice. Oh, that's cool, Falcon. Oh, a fax and a go. Fax. All right, this is the pink ones. All right, that's pretty cool. It has like the python on it. It has the yeah, it has python right there. Some venom. There you go. The crystal ball is a supernatural phenomenon. So it probably has to do with there are the good warriors. Yeah, shout the blue. And yeah, the crystal ball is this. There's these English philosophers, and this angel told them that they could have a crystal ball. So they have a crystal thing, and they communicate it with it. But then one of them told them to do adultery, so they figured it was an angel from God. But yeah, the crystal ball is basically like a computer, or like what we're talking on. It's like a crystal ball, but they're using dark sorcery to get it done, and like there's a dude that was watching the Spanish Armada in Spain getting destroyed through a crystal ball, but that's like a live stream. So as I said, the technology existed in a different way back then. That is true, Falcon. Right? It is like scrying stones. Yes, that's true. Yes, yes, we're in the dry mirror. Yes. Hello, Moki. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm still alive. Oh yes, Mark. Yeah, yeah. I figured that. All right. You better grip on broom. Right. Right. Yes. Okay. Let's see. And that's the punching bag. Hello, White Point. We are doing fine. We are just looking at you know punching bags right now, but we're doing good. What am I doing today? Well, I will be getting off at some point, and White Point. I'll give you any if you need suggestions, I'll give it to you. But um, but for now, I'm doing live stream anyway. So Mark said. Moki said, yeah. So today I'm gonna be punching bags. Oh, okay, okay, sure. White Point, go for it. Yeah, Moki. So anyway, I'm doing some. I'm going to be after I get this done, I'm going to be doing some other things today with looking at some videos, researching stuff, and I don't know if I'm going to do a catch stream today or tomorrow, and then I'll be live later this evening. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Is yeah, we were doing something where we were talking about punching bags and like boxing, where people can use either like the red ones give more aggression and the blue boxing gloves don't give as much aggression. So that's something we were talking about, and I was kind of showing chat some different boxing glove colors. That's all we're doing. Loki, we've been talking about MK Ultra and the conspiracy theories quite a bit. Okay, thank you, White Point. I appreciate it. All right. I always like to hear advice and suggestions and stuff. And we got a lot of stuff done with earlier extraterrestrials and aliens and things like that. I so yeah, we've been having a very good live so far. Okay, my point. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, because I don't know anything about those things, so I do appreciate any suggestions you have about that. I'm all ears, and all also looking at it too, because no one's like talking to each other, but we're like I'm watching chat. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I know there's like the punching bag that hangs down, and the other punching bag that just kind of like stands up. They have a couple of interesting types there. Oh, you too, White Point. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, let's see. The red wind statistics. The groundbreaking 2005 study published analyzed the 2004 Athens Olympics and found that overall advantage across boxing and taekwondo and wrestling athletes in red won 55% of all matches. Overall advantage across boxing, taekwondo, wrestling, athletes 55% of the matches, close bouts, and marches when skill levels were nearly identical. The rate for red clad fighters jumped to 62%. Yeah, and rainbow has all kinds of different meanings to it. Not just one meaning. Because it could represent. Of course, it could have representation of many different things. And yes, thank you, Mark, for your take on that. Yeah. Let's see, and the evolutionary link. Y Point says, "Have you played Starfield before by Bethesda?" I have not played that. That is something that I will look into. Thank you. All right, so evolutionary link. This advantage is attributed to a biological signal of dominance in nature, where it often correlates with higher T in aggression. All right, features color restrictions strictly limited to red, blue. Professional, generally any color is allowed, subject to commission or opportunity approval. All right, standardized gloves must have white scoring areas on the knuckles and help judges see the clean land. And professional, there's no white scoring area branding, and custom aesthetics are common. Providing the organizers to ensure tampering. The amateur. The professional boxers bring their own sanctioned gloves for inspection. All right, fascinating. Usually Velcro for quick application between rounds. And professional, always laced up for maximum wrist stability and tighter fit. All right, black is aggression and authority. Teams in black are statistically more likely to be penalized for references. Some researchers believe judges subconsciously view black clad an athlete as more aggressive or villainous. Blue, calm and focus. Use of by teams needing to precision and strategic composure is believed to help athletes stay steady under high pressure. Yellow, associated with speed and optimism, is often used for sharpen mental and alertness and motive. So those are some interesting information about boxers. All right, famous boxers and unique gloves. Let's see. Oh yeah, fact. Yeah, shout out to yellow. Famous boxers' unique gloves colors, while red blue are standard legends, often use custom colors to create a brand or psychological effect. Floyd Mayweather's money style is known for his extravagant taste. Mayweather often wore yellow or neon green gloves. His Grant brand gloves were custom made with less padding and knuckles to help him feel the connection to preference, the common among punchers. Mike Tyson's classic black. To match the Iron Mike persona, Tyson almost exclusively wore plain gloves with black trunks, no socks, and minimalist look was designed to protect a nonsense aura of pure intimidation. Yeah, yeah. I'm not too familiar. Is it any good white? Let's see. White isn't really used, but I'll explain to you about white. Yes, I'm familiar with the 33-2 skull and bones, but not really with the Geronimo skull. That's the Geronimo skull. I'm not too familiar with that one. All right, amateur scoring area. As mentioned, the amateur gloves always have a white circles on the knuckles because it makes it easier for a judge to see the fight landed clean or punch with the fist. All right, pro camouflage strategy. If you're solid white gloves in high level professional fights, especially away fighters. Oh yeah, thank you, Indigo. Okay. Yes, it is a color in Starfield. All right. In video game, white is absolutely color option and actually one of the most prominent aesthetics in the game. And I was a punching bag with my wife's picture. Oh, hilarious, hilarious, Mark. Yeah, Falcon wants to know about Starfield. It's this game. So it's a shipbuilding. So when you are building a ship, a space is like building a spaceship. You can select parts of your ship and color sided with clicking left on JNPC, and you can create various shades of white from bright, clean laboratory white to a grittier industrial gray white. Spacesuits apparel. When you can't manually dye clothes at workbench yet with many other top tier suits, Constellation or Starborn suits are primarily white. Outpost buildings. Most structure models for your outposts default to a white and a gray scientific aesthetic. White spaceship trend. Many players. You're welcome to go. Many players try to recreate famous ships like the Millennium Falcon, NASA shuttles, which rely heavily on whites off tones because Starfield uses material system, while the color will look different depending on whether the part is made of metal or plastic or fabric. If you're looking for a pure white, you have to max the brightness and saturation sliders in the color picker. Some parts have base color that, with the amount of stars, come one side of the hand in practice. Yeah, exactly. You're looking for a pure white, you have max the brightness and saturation sliders. And the color picker, some parts have base color, slightly gray or tan. So that's information about white in that game. All right, so about boxing. If you rarely see white gloves in high professional fights, especially away fighters, hiding the punch. Many trainers believe white gloves are tried to easy to see against dark ring canvas or dark trunks. A white glove pops usually. This helps the opponents see a punch coming from the peripheral vision, move head at a time. Dark is faster. Fighters often prefer dark colors because they believe the punches are harder and options to track mark them as seem as faster and more invisible. If a fighter in white gloves is hitting bleeding opponent, the white leather will quickly become stained. This creates a gory visual that can make the judge feel the fight is more one-sided and actually is our prominent referee to step and stop the fight sooner. Muhammad Ali, he is famous for wore white trunks and occasionally white shoe gloves, look like and to look light and pretty in the ring. Showmanship. If a fighter is highly confident in their speed, like Prince Naseem, they might wear white or neon colors specifically to taunt opponents, basically saying you can see hands coming and still can't stop them.
All right, so most famous is 1983. Louis Resto, Billy Collins Jr. Sampling before the fight, Resto trainer Panama Lewis removed an ounce of padding from each Rezosto's gloves and soaked his hand wraps in plaster of Paris, which hardened into concrete like casts as the fight progressed. For 10 rounds, Resto pummeled the undefeated prospect Billy Collins, whose face was left grotesquely swollen and unrecognizable. Collins suffered a torn iris and preminently blurred vision, ending his career. Aftermath. Collins' father discovered the lack of padding, and during a post fight handshake, both Lewis and Resto were convicted of assaults and several prison time. Tragically, Collins died in a car accident 9 months later, an event that many believe was a self deletion. I don't know if I've seen it. I have to think about it for a second. Regressed. Damage for 10 rounds. Resto pummeled undefeated prospect Billy Collins Jr., whose face was grotesquely swollen and unrecognizable. Collins suffered a torn iris, permanently blurred vision, ending his career. Aftermath. Collins' father discovered that the lack of padding during the post fight handshake, convicted of assaults and several of the time. Okay, thank you. I'll go check it out. Brad Pitt's a good actor. Plaster in a Scandal, Antonio Margarito and Shane Mosley in 2009. Discovery. Before 2009, boat with Shane Mosley. Mosley's trainer, Nazim Richardson, noticed a suspicious brick-like insert in Margarito had wrapped. Oh yes, yes. I like those type of movies. Substance. Officials found that the pads loaded with substance representing plaster of Paris. Margarito was banned for a year, and discovery many believe he had. Oh, Ritchie. Oh, Guy Ritchie's the director. Okay, that sounds like it's really good. Yes, Margarito was banned, and the discovery led many to believe he had used loaded wraps. All right, so Jack Dempsey versus Jess Willard. The rumor: after 6'6", Jesse Willard was brutally battered by the smaller Jack Dempsey, suffering a broken jaw, ribs, and loss of teeth. Rumors spread that he had a loaded glove. In 1964, Dempsey former manager Jock Doc Kennens claimed in Sports Illustrated that he had used plaster of Paris of metal bolt to load the gloves. The verdict. The most historians dismiss the claim. Note that Perrines was a known storyteller that modern analysts and fight films suggest that Dempsey's natural power and speed were true cause of the damage. All right, so those are some cases. Let's see. Mark, that is true. He is Obama's cousin. Yeah, he is. Through his mother's side. And Brad Pitt was with
Angelina Jolie originally. And then they went and eventually broke up. Oh, okay. Indigo, thank you. Yeah. My mom likes mom liked listening to Madonna. I remember listening to that growing up. And here, so 2000 film Snatch Richie is highly energy diamond heist gone wrong. Perfectly weaves together many topics about different things that we talk about tonight. And unlicensed boxing and eccentric characters and underground gambling. Good morning to you, UAP. You as well. Right, right. All right. And part of the movie, the Turkish Jason Statham and his partner Tommy, who are low level boxing promoters. And it has like the London punk aesthetic. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Shout out to UAP. Yeah, we're all still awake. I'll be ending it soon, but it's on for right now. I've been on for 7 hours. Wow. Whoa, this is the longest Garden Live in history. Whoa. I didn't expect that to be 7 hours. I'm scared. Thank you, Carlos, for the super chat. Thumbs up. Facts. There is UAP. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, chat. Appreciate it. Yeah. And shout out to all of y'all for being here. Okay. So, certainly, the Snatch should be a movie I'll definitely watch. And pretty cool. Let's see. Uh, also, thanks, thank you, Indigo, and chat, everybody. Appreciate it. The most significant boxing scandal in the 1930s involved career of Italian heavyweight Primo Carnera, who was widely believed to be a puppet controlled by the American Mafia. Canaria was physically massive fighter who became a worldwide sensation, but his rise was heavily shadowed by organized crime, mob control. Upon his arrival in New York, 1930, his contract was purchased by notorious mobster Oni, the deletion killer man. The other handlers include gangsters like Vincent Mad Dog Call and Dutch Schultz. Okay, Jack Sharkey dive in 1933. C won the World Heavyweight Championship title by knocking out Jack Sharkey in the sixth round. The boxing world immediately accused of Sharkey of taking a dive, a claim he denied until his death, though even his own wife reported expression about doubt about his knockout legitimacy. Hilarious UAP. Despite earning an estimated 90,000 yeah, 900,000, roughly 19 million today. During his peak years, Canaria was systematically robbed of his managers after winning the heavyweight title. Reportedly received only 360 from a 17,000 purpose after expenses were deducted by his handlers. Man, they ripped him. Okay, 900,000 to give him 360. That's messed up. Pop culture legacy. The tragic career served as a primarily inspiration for 1947 novel and 1956 film The Harder They Fall, which exposed the corruption of the era's final game. The death of Aaron Schaff. Schaff died 4 days later after being knocked out by Canaria. While often blamed for Canaria's powerful, an autopsy revealed that Schaff had been suffering from a mentings and influenza prior to the fight. Max Barr and Max Schimmeling political tensions. While not a traditional fixing scandal, Max Barr wore a Star of David on his trunks during the 33 win over Germany's Max Schmeling. Protesters protest the rise of the Third Reich. And the other one was Art Streisband. 1930, the MLB first baseman Art Shire's attempted to brief boxing career resulted in his being banned from sports in 32 states due to his participation in several suspected likely fixed bouts. Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice, Falcon. Hilarious.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, and one more thing, and then we'll end it. Okay. All right. So, in the 1930s, the era was defined by Joe Louis, known as the Brown Bomber, who was most dominant heavyweight region in history, 1937. Oh, okay. Hello, Selena. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Let's go here. All right, Max Schemling, 1930-1932, was the first to win heavyweight title by disqualification, low blow. Jack Sharkey, 1932-1933, regained the title from Schemling and the controversial split decision. Primo Carnera, 1933-1934. Known as the Ambling Alp, his region was clouded by rumors of mob fixes. Mark says, my friend had a poster of Madonna in his room, and we teased him for that. It had to be funny. Yeah. Jack Sharkey, 1932-1933, regained the title of Schemling in controversial split decision. Primo Carnera, 1933-1934, known as the Ambling Alp, his region was clouded by rumors of mob fixes. Max Baer, 1934-1935, famous for his immense punching power, dropped camera 11 times to win the title.
James J. Bardock, 1935-1937, nicknamed the Cinderella Man for his unlikely comeback during the Great Depression. Joe Louis, 1937-1949, held title for record 12 years of 12 consecutive defenses. All right, so those are just some champions from that time period. The most controversial was 1938 and Lewis from the loss. Yeah, that was from the one from World War II. Okay. Okay. So some other things I have to do, and so at this point in time, the stream has ended for the Garden Live. The 7-hour Garden Live has ended, and there'll be another one later on. We're almost at 8 hours, by the way. The stream nearly went to 8 hours, 7:55. Right. Yeah. So basically, I think that the garden streams are really cool, and let's see, do them for 40s. Yeah, as I said, this is pretty wild. Good night, alien. Get some sleep, dude. You deserve it. See you later. I'm going to hop off now. Okay. All right, everybody. Good night. Good day, whatever it is, and see you all later on another stream. And peace.